Challenging the limit. Challenging the limit show TL Note Chin Xiang placed all the 100 beasts and elemental spirit Dan into a box, which had also been specially prepared by the Danxiang Taiyuan in order to prevent cheating. After he finished refining the elemental spirit Dan, Chen Xiang closed his eyes to recover his strength and spirit he had consumed a while ago, because he had to next refine the 5 elements true elemental Dan. During the auction, he had bought 2 5-color profound fruit, and later Elder Dan had given him 5-color lotus seed, colorless Lingji, and 5-leaf GRA. 2 of each. In other words, he had 2 of each herb, but he could only refine a single set because he must keep the other set for planting. Now, others once again began to speculate which low-grade profound level Dan was Chen Xiang going to refine. Many of them reckon it was the building foundation Dan, in particular Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others. They had all obtained a lot of building foundation Dan from Chen Xiang. But if he had the azure profound fruit, then he would have already begun refining. Is he still going to refine? He doesn't have the azure profound fruit. If he had it, he would have already began refining the building foundation Dan. The building foundation Dan is even easier to refine compared to the elemental spirit Dan. Lu Menger doubtfully said. Hua Shangyue, glancing at resting Chen Xiang, started frowning. Her face was filled with an inexplicable seriousness, moreover, also a little surprise. It seemed as if she caught sight of something, but she could not confirm. What? Lu Menger, noticing Hua Xiangyue's complexion, suddenly asked. I'm not sure, I've to look again. Who the L taught him these alchemy techniques. He unexpectedly arrived at this point. Hua Xiangyue shook her head and said. Suddenly, she saw Chen Xiang came up with a lot of herbs, her pupil fiercely contracted, her tender body slightly shocked, her breath turned extremely rapid. Impossible! Have this brat accomplished that step? Seeing the Estones, plus ing change in Hua Xiangyue's complexion, Lu Menger could tell Chen Xiang was definitely going to do something Estones. Plusing, she asked. Isn't that the 5-color profound fruit he had bought in the auction? There are still some other herbs. Are they the materials for the 5 elements true elemental Dan? Hua Xiangyue took in a long deep breath, closed her pretty eyes, nodded her head. Yes, that is 5-color lotus seed, colorless Lingji, 5-leaf GRA. He certainly had not refined the 5 elements true elemental Dan before, but now he wants to try. What? Lu Menger was surprised. Her complexion also took a turn. He wants to refine a Dan he had never refined. Under this situation, does he know the refining simulation technique that you spoke of? That's why I'm suspicious. If he knew the refining simulation technique, then he must have an alchemist with extraordinary alchemy techniques guiding him from the back. Some alchemist with good insight, with one glance, recognized those dazzling 5-color herbs Chen Xiang had taken out, making a bunch of alchemists discuss in low voice. 5 elements true elemental Dan was the most favorite Dan for geniuses possessing multiple veins. For martial artists with multiple veins, it was greatly advantageous. Rumor had it a 5 elements true elemental Dan could allow a first-level true martial realm martial artist to advance to second level. Such was the amount of true qi contained inside it. Even the martial artists who didn't have multiple veins could still take it, because after the 5 elements true elemental Dan had been congealed, it would produce a kind of very special kind of true qi. Chen Xiang speculated this unique true qi was precisely the universe true qi. This kind of true qi was indeed extremely mystical. It could very easily be assimilated into any kind attribute, such as after his 5 elements true qis were fused, it could be applied to the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, yet could release powerful would attribute true qi, and its strength would be several times before the fusion. In the auction, the 5-color profound fruit definitely must have been bought by this brat. Lian Yingxiao said. At that time he was competing with Chen Xiang. The 5 elements true elemental Dan is rather more expensive than building foundation Dan. It also comparatively sought after thing in the auction. If taken a few of them, then it can make its user to break through. It is also known as King Dan among the low-grade, profound level Dan. Gu Dong Chun exclaimed. The 5 elements true elemental Dan's herbs weren't so rare as that of elemental spirit Dan. Now and then they would appear in the Chimu mainland. Because of this, many alchemists rather had some understanding on the 5 elements true elemental Dan. Chun Xiang began processing the 5 elements true elemental Dan's herbs. Beside the 4 main herbs, there were still some other auxiliary herbs with more than 3,000 years of age. Generally, the auxiliary herbs were ginseng, Lingji-like things with a large number of pure spirit qi contained in it. Chun Xiang processed the herbs a little slowly, not as proficiently as before. Everybody could tell he was not familiar with the herbs. Others couldn't help but doubt whether or not he had refined the 5 elements true elemental Dan. One must know the herbs of the 5 elements true elemental Dan were as precious and rare as the herbs of the building foundation Dan, but the difficulty to refine it was same as the elemental spirit Dan. With one set of herbs, the number of Dan which could be refined was similar to the 100 beasts Dan, 6 or 7. If Chun Xiang could successfully refine the 5 elements true elemental Dan, there was no doubt he would be getting first. At this time, one after another, all the other alchemists on the stage finished refining. All these alchemists had refined the 100 beasts Dan. Their alchemical furnaces were very simple and crude. The success rate of refining the 100 beasts Dan was rather high, and then refined some unconventional Dan, some of which were costlier while some were cheaper. They were not like Chun Xiang, who could take out so many rare and precious herbs to refine some Bli low-grade, profound level Dan. These alchemists were indeed in 6th level. They could all successfully finished, and not one of them had their furnace explode, or any failure. After all, they had refined civ amount of Dan. All of them had certain strength. Only Chun Xiang was not finished. He had not refined the final low-grade, profound level Dan, and the time was pressing. It would very soon be over. They could unexpectedly watch someone refine the 5 elements true elemental Dan, which made these alchemists' hearts throb rapidly with emotions. They could not control themselves. Yet all of them didn't know. Chun Xiang was refining the 5 elements true elemental Dan for the very first time. He was under a huge amount of pressure. The alchemists on stage naturally didn't want Chun Xiang to be successful. Otherwise, they would not have the opportunity to win. This little rascal is truly going to refine the 5 elements true elemental Dan for the first time. He is really daring. If he is successful, then he would have grasped the essence of refining simulation technique. Xiang Yue frowned. When she had to learn the refining simulation technique, she had to suffer a lot of bitterness. While Chun Xiang had not even reached 30, he had already started learning. She felt very jealous of Chun Xiang's talent. When Chun Xiang was resting a while ago, he had been carefully listening to Su Meiyao describing the essentials of refining the 5 elements true elemental Dan. Only now was she finished speaking, and now he was also finished processing the herbs. He was slowly processing the herbs. It was all to meticulously observe those herbs, using his divine sense. He must thoroughly understand these herbs. Only then could he carry out an accurate refining simulation. Now he felt it was just about enough. He slightly took a deep breath and released the illusionary brilliant furnace. Watching Chun Xiang stopped processing the herbs, everyone knew he was ready. Everyone holding their breath watched carefully. They were worried they would miss some details, because this kind of scene was rarely seen. Maybe in their life they could only see it once. Xiang Yue and Lu Menger were also very tensed. If Chun Xiang had truly mastered the refining simulation technique, such kind of talent was very heaven-defying. The same was true for Su Meiyao, Bai Yuyu, and Long Shuai. All of them were a little tensed. The entire square was suddenly enveloped in a very stifling and tensed atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. The magical effect of mana. The magical effect of mana show TL note after placing the herbs inside the illusionary brilliant furnace. Chun Xiang immediately released the flames. At the same time, he had also released all of his divine sense to wrap the alchemical furnace in order to sense the tiniest bit of changes taking place inside it. As these changes set into his mind, he also began carrying out the refining simulation. With his brain operating to the utmost, he executed various calculations, which was very taxing to his mind. Not long after carrying out the refining simulation in his mind, a problem had already appeared. Because the flames were too big, they were not uniform, and hence it led to the burning of the auxiliary herbs into ashes. Even the main herbs weren't spared. They too were not uniformly heated, and soon half of the herbs were about to be destroyed. After knowing this kind of error was going to take place, Chen Xiang quickly adjusted the flames in accordance to the error in the refining simulation. His reaction was needed to be extremely quick. If it was even a little bit slower, it would then lead to failure. After the adjustment, he successfully modified the refining simulation from the point where the error took place. Meanwhile, in accordance with the present situation, he once again ran the refining simulation in order to predict what would happen next and have enough time to carry out the adjustments. By rectifying dangerous errors, Chen Xiang was able to avoid the tragedies that took place in the refining simulation. Chen Xiang had only started for a short while, but he had already encountered dozens of problems, all of which he had rectified at the most critical point, making him feel extremely tired. At this point, he also felt a slight headache. It was his first time refining the 5 elements true elemental Dan. So during the refining simulation, there were too many aspects involved. Because of that, he could not help but increase his speed of deduction. And exactly for this, in terms of the mental aspect, the refining simulation technique had very high requirements. In the transparent alchemical furnace, the 5 colored auras were even more dazzling, as if there was a small sun in front of audiences' eyes. This made it difficult for everyone to watch what was happening at the center of the dazzling lights. Presently, the sky was still dark, yet when the light emitted from Chen Xiang's alchemy illuminated the whole square, it was as if it was still daytime. What made everyone feel surprised the most was the fact that the aura unexpectedly made everyone feel extremely comfortable. It had a kind of inexplicable warmth. The main ingredients of the 5 elements true elemental Dan were highly resistant to heat. They were required to be burned for a long duration. In addition, those auxiliary herbs were too susceptible to the heat, so they could not be heated too much. This was the most crucial point which should be duly noted while refining the 5 elements true elemental Dan. However, this was not the difficult point for Chen Xiang because he had the heavenly sun fire spirit. In a very short time, he had already incinerated the 4 main herbs, and this process had also occurred at the very same moment when the auxiliary herbs were incinerated into herbal powder. Then he mixed them together with the herbal powder of the main ingredients. Suddenly, Chen Xiang's body slightly shook while his body was drenched in sweat. In the refining simulation, the furnace happened to have exploded when he was fusing the 5 different attributed true qi. The divine sense he had released was not strong enough, leading to radical movements of the tyrannical herbal spirit qis. The herbal spirit qis broke out of their restraints, causing them to become uncontrollable, and thereby causing the destruction of the whole alchemical furnace. At this point, Chen Xiang felt that he didn't have enough divine sense left for use because he had to maintain the illusionary brilliant furnace too. Just when he thought it was over for him, he immediately released the mana which bounded those tyrannical herbal spirit qi. Without trying, one would never know about the final outcome. Much to Chen Xiang's surprise, the mana was unexpectedly so powerful that in an instant, it suppressed those herbal spirit qi and made them docile and obedient. But he didn't continue to use mana in alchemy because he didn't completely understand the characteristics of mana. It would be difficult to carry out the refining simulation without knowing all the characteristics of mana. As such, he could only continue to use divine sense. Although he knew that the mana was definitely better than the divine sense in alchemy at present, he couldn't try it with ease because the 5 elements true elemental Dan was already halfway done. He could not take it lightly. After crossing the hurdle, Chen Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. In his mind, he once again quickly ran the refining simulation as he continued suppressing those tyrannical herbal spirit chi with his divine sense. Now he must use the appropriate flames to refine the various herbal spirit chis and herbal powders to completely fuse them together. The 5 elements true elemental Dan was rather different from the previously refined Dan. When refining other Dan, the herbal spirit chis released from the various herbs, although they repelled each other, had the same attribute. But as for the 5 elements true elemental Dan he was refining, it had 5 attributes which were mutually exclusive. That was why it was even harder to fuse them. When Chen Xiang was running the refining simulation, he encountered endless problems because the flames had to be extremely precise, and so he also continued to adjust, ran new refining simulation, then adjust once again. Afterwards, he would begin a new refining simulation. Such continuous cycle was quite taxing for him, evidently represented by the veins on his forehead which had already started bulging. He was now experiencing an excruciating headache, yet he must continue to endure. If not, then maybe because of the pain, he might make a mistake in the refining simulation and lose everything. This brat had really learned the refining simulation technique. Hu in H-E-L. L is his teacher, but from the looks of it, he must be using it for an unfamiliar Dan for the first time. I hope he can endure till the end. Hua Xiangyue, from Chen Xiang's expressions, was sure that Chen Xiang was suffering in agony for making those continuous adjustments and running new refining simulations one after the other. His skill seemed to be dull and dry. If one is not familiar with the process, then one would only feel a headache. It was Chen Xiang's first time experiencing such consumption of his spirit, but still had to continue the adjustments and the refining simulations again and again. Of course, he could no longer endure. He had already spent too much of his divine sense, and he was not used to it. Chen Xiang felt time was pa-s. Seeing very slowly, he could not wait to end this painful and tedious process at once. At this point, the sky was already a little bright, but the audience hadn't even noticed it because the light released from Chen Xiang's alchemical furnace were extremely dazzling. Chen Xiang had no idea how long had pa-s said. He just kept on doing those 2 things over and over again. Suddenly, Chen Xiang's mind was jolted because the visualized furnace in his mind had suddenly lost its aura. Only the flickering flames were left in the furnace, and the rest of the things were completely transparent. Seeing this, Chen Xiang knew he was halfway done. Now he could finally end the painful journey. Everyone had just adjusted to those dazzling auras, but the sudden disappearance of the aura left only darkness in front of their eyes. Only a weak, flickering firelight originating from the furnace was left. After the herbal spirit chis of 5 attributes had been fused, they had turned invisible and colorless. No matter how good their eyes were, it was difficult to see, and Chen Xiang, too, could only feel. Regardless if it was the herbal powder or the herbal spirit chi, all had disappeared. Neither too big nor too small flames were only burning at the central layer of the transparent, alchemical furnace. At this time, Chen Xiang knew that it was time to congeal the Dan. During the refining simulation in his mind, he once again perceived the explosion of the furnace because his divine sense wasn't adequate. In the moment of desperation, he once again released the mystical mana like last time, and using the mana, he squeezed the invisible herbal powder and the herbal spirit chi together. He fused them in an instant, and at the same time he quickly used the mana to divide that large transparent S of chi into 10 parts before finally withdrawing the mana. After realizing the mystical effects of mana, Chen Xiang was briming in happiness because using mana instead of divine sense was a lot better. Even if he had adequate divine sense, it would still take him some time to finish, but with mana it was finished in an instant. 10 transparent cyclones started rotating in varying speed as he continued to run the refining simulation in his mind. Even if he had arrived at the last step, he had still encountered a series of errors, because during the solidification of Dan, he must use his divine sense to uniformly squeeze those cyclone and congeal the Dan out of these cyclones. In a short while, the furnace had already exploded a dozen of times in his mind, but in timely moments he had quickly rectified those problems in reality, because of which nothing had happened in reality. Dawn has already arrived, and the sunlight shone upon the square. Mrs. Li also had no idea if Chen Xiang was finished refining or not, but according to the rules, she must call a stop to the tournament. Finished. Chen Xiang suddenly drew a long, deep breath, then laid down on the ground facing the sky. He was too tired to even move. As the sunlight shone upon the transparent alchemical furnace, the 10 exquisite dawn suddenly glittered with a faint gloss. Everyone with good eyesight realized that Chen Xiang had finished refining the 5 elements true elemental dan. Xiao Ziliang, Moxie sorry for the delay, still traveling around. So there is delay in translating. For consistent release, you have to wait till 31st of January. With regards, Ash Chin Xiang retracted the illusionary brilliant furnace. From his face, it was quite clear that he was completely exhausted. He quickly swallowed a few true elemental dan to replenish himself, lest he found himself in an unexpected situation. A 5 elements true elemental dan was worth at least 1,000,000 crystal stones. 10 would be worth 10 millions or so. In addition, there were also 3 elemental spirit dawn and 1,000 beasts dawn. With such amount, Chen Xiang winning the tournament was already irrefutable. Although those 7th-level old alchemists and Mrs. Li had seen Chen Xiang refine the 3 different low-grade profound level dawn with their own eyes, they still had to check it. As a matter of fact, they even more wished to have a look at the dan refined by Chen Xiang. After Chen Xiang's true qis of the 5 elements had been fused, they would turn into the invisible and colorless universe, true qi. The same was true for the 5 elements true elemental dawn. They looked completely transparent and were only the size of a thumb. However, the true qi they contained was extremely huge in quant. One Tai. This little rascal has succeeded. He had already crossed the first threshold of the refining simulation technique. He will definitely become a high-level alchemist. It is just a matter of time. Hua Xiangyue said. Her tone was filled with emotion. There was no need to check. Chen Xiang was directly declared as the winner. Although the other alchemists felt unhappy, they had not choice but to concede. The total value of dawn refined by Chen Xiang was definitely the top, and if they went to argue, they would only bring disgrace upon themselves. The first price was the 10 drops of 10,000 years old spirit milk. Since Chen Xiang currently didn't know the true use of 10,000 years old spirit milk, he didn't put it in his mind. He wanted to be the winner just for the fame. When he previously walked up to the high-rank tournament stage, the 6th-level alchemists on the stage didn't take him seriously. Even among the audiences, many believed that he was just a low 5th-level alchemist whose defeat was already inevitable. But now he had actually become the winner of the tournament. Moreover, he had won very beautifully. His alchemy technique was not only superb, he had even portrayed it very vividly. His amazing skills had shook everyone's heart again and again. From now on, he would become a legend of the Danxiang Taoyuan Grand Meeting. Under the stage, Yun Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others were all cheering for Chen Xiang. They felt lucky to be friends with an alchemist who had an immeasurable future. At the very least, they didn't need to be worried about searching an alchemist to refine a few dawn for themselves. The winner of the high-rank tournament is Chen Xiang. This marks the end of the alchemy tournament, but the grand meeting will continue. On the stage, Mrs. Li gave a speech, while Chen Xiang, after obtaining the spirit milk, sat down on the ground to quickly adjust to state. For many years, he had often encountered various types of dangers, and because of that, he had developed this prudent habit. Chen Xiang, I'm a disciple of the free immortal sea. Have you ever killed a disciple of our free immortal sea? Apartic. 1. P. Ant on the stage loudly asked, causing quite an uproar among the audiences. The free immortal sea currently had a very good reputation because they had been claiming that they were a lot stronger than the extreme martial sect. Chen Xiang offending the free immortal sea was nothing surprising. But no one had thought that the free immortal sea would sought after Qin Xiang now. Nevertheless, Qin Xiang kept his eyes shut and calmly said, "Yes, so what? Since they wanted to kill me, killing them in return is also normal." Humph! In the black tortoise mysterious realm, haven't you also crippled more than 30 true martial disciples of our free immortal sea? A middle-aged alchemist of free immortal sea once again asked, "Why are you asking a rhetorical question? Whatever you want to say, just say it directly." Chen Xiang was obviously not afraid of the free immortal sea, since he had the extreme martial sect behind him. "Then follow me to the free immortal sea to accept our punishment," the middle-aged man coldly replied. Qin Xiang opened his eyes and started laughing. "What if I say no? What are you going to do?" While speaking, the smile on his face disappeared as his complexion had rather become gloomy and terrifying. Gee, ho! D knows when an insidious slaughter qi covered the entire square, making everyone feel extremely frightened. "Qin Xiang, between you and our true martial sect, there is still unsettled business. We will settle it today." An old man fearlessly walked up to the front and said, "Our beast martial sect has also been tolerating you for a long time. Qin Xiang, today you have to clear everything in front of so many people." A man from the beast martial sect shouted. The sky was bright and many people had started arriving. At present, there were a lot of people as well as various other sects in the square. Qin Xiang sneered, "Clear? Everything has long been cleared. It's just you could not accept it, that's all. If those guys had not messed with me first, I wouldn't have bothered to waste my strength. This world follows the law of the jungle, for they thought I was weak and tried to bully me, so I, in order to protect myself, did what a normal person would do." Mrs. Li was a little nervous. Much to her dismay, all the sects which had grievances with Qin Xiang had come here. Indeed, it's the law of the jungle. In my eyes, you are just an ant, isn't that right? Can't I casually pinch you? A sneer came before a middle-aged man garbed in white robe from G. Oh, D knows from where flew up here. He landed in front of Chen Xiang, and just as he appeared, an oppressive pressure was released by him, suppressing the slaughter qi released by Qin Xiang. Meanwhile, the true martial sect's dean, Tang Yi Chao, also appeared behind the white-robed middle-aged man and angrily glared at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, with just a single glance, sensed that the white-robed middle-aged man was a Nirvana realm martial artist. He speculated that he was the free immortal sea's dean, or else why would Tang Yi Chao stand behind him? Dean-level characters had appeared, and their appearance was all just to attack Qin Xiang. Everyone felt very powerless. Despite how much of a genius Qin Xiang was, he was still an ant in front of them. "Whoever dares to attack Qin Xiang, I'll destroy his whole sect. I'll not spare even the fowls and dogs." A majestic and overbearing sound came, startling everyone. Perhaps only the dean of the extreme martial sect, Gu Dongqin, could speak such words. Many had not seen Gu Dongqin, but they all recognized the bald Wu Kaming. Noticing Wu Kaming following a strapping young man, everyone guessed that he was Gu Dongqin. "Xiao Ziliang, it's really you. So you have founded the free immortal sea. I truly don't know where all your courage is coming from. You even dare to clamor with our extreme martial sect." Gu Dongqin sneered at the white-robed middle-aged man. Xiao Ziliang. Information about him soon appeared in Qin Xiang's mind. Shock immediately overwhelmed him, and it was also similarly true for everyone else. Xiao Ziliang was a character of Huang Jintian's era. He was also an extreme martial sect's disciple who had once fought with Huang Jintian for the dean's position. "Little Gu, I'm not afraid of you. You are still too tender." Xiao Ziliang was 2 generations older than Gu Dongqin. He was naturally not afraid. However, in this world, the strength didn't come from one's seniority. In the end, it all comes down to whose fists were bigger. Not to mention Xiao Ziliang had himself left the extreme martial sect. He didn't have a tinsy-winsy relation with the extreme martial sect. Ha ha ha, do you dare to fight with me? Gu Dongqin said with a laugh before a golden light emerged out from his body. He released a domineering and oppressive pressure, such that Xiao Ziliang and Tang Yichao could not help but step back a little. At the same, everyone else on the square collapsed on the ground. They had been completely deterred by Gu Dongqin's strength. They all felt they that were not even as good as ants. Chun Xiang, who was behind Gu Dongqin, also felt extremely uncomfortable. He felt that, at this point, Gu Dongqin had finally revealed all of his strength. Disdaining the world. Disdaining the world. Moxie, last time in the southern wasteland, the beast martial sect and the proud sword sect both acted against Qin Xiang. However, the materialization of Paris, H.I. Plussing Golden Body by Gu Dongqin made the deans realize that he was a Nirvana realm martial artist who had crossed 7 tribulations, and that was why proud sword sect's Yu Jianglin had to furiously leave at that time. This guy has crossed the 8th tribulation. That's the disdaining the world aura. If he can cross the 9th tribulation, then he can break the S.P.A.C. and ascend to the heavenly realm. That's why it can be said that he is strongest in the mortal world. Su Meiyao was also taken aback. She could not help but marvel in astonishment. Above the tower, 2 beauties were also itching for action. But just as they were about to move, they were incomparably surprised. Is that the disdaining the world aura obtained after crossing the 8th tribulation? Very formidable. Lu Menger, thinking of the 7th tribulation she would be crossing sooner or later, could not help but lightly sigh. For every Nirvana realm martial artist, crossing a tribulation was extremely terrifying. Menger, you are not weak. The 7th tribulation should not be a problem for you. When I was as strong as you, I was able to cross the 7th tribulation with ease. Hua Xiangyue said. If Cheng Xiang knew that Hua Xiangyue had crossed the 7th tribulation, he would certainly be dumbfounded. He already knew Hua Xiangyue was hiding a lot of secrets, but he couldn't ask anything to her. Now everyone understood why the extreme martial sect was so strong. Not only was its dean too overbearing, he was also valiant. He could shelter his own disciple from bullying. Little Gu, you have actually arrived at this step already. Xiao Ziliang had a solemn expression as his eyes carried a trace of fear. He had truly underestimated Gu Dongqin. Tang Yichao was even more frightened. Last time, when Gu Dongqin had revealed he had crossed the 7th tribulation, it scared the H.E.L.L. out of him. However, he would have never expected that Gu Dongqin was still concealing his strength. Xiao Ziliang, not to mention my grandmaster. You can't even compare with me. If my master is here, with just a single finger, he can pinch you to death. Gu Dongqin proudly said. The aura he released had completely suppressed Xiao Ziliang, to the point where he couldn't even utter a single word. At this moment, he was in tremendous amount of pain. Gu Dongqin's master was also one of the legendary deans of the extreme martial sect. At a very young age, he had already ascended to the heavenly realm. Indeed, if he was here, he could have easily pinched Xiao Ziliang to death with just one of his fingers. Dean, this is my business. I want to solve it myself. I also don't want them to continue to pester me. Today, we must settle everything. Chun Xiang suddenly said. If this continued, the extreme martial sect's conflicts with the other sects would definitely escalate. Although Chen Xiang was not worried about the extreme martial sect and the other sects, he was worried about the great battle of the 3 realms. Gu Dongqin was indeed strong. If it was one-on-one, he was invincible in the Qinwu mainland. However, if these deans attacked together, it would be difficult to say. Since Gu Dongqin was the strongest in the Qinwu mainland, once the great battle of the 3 realms broke out, his strength would play a crucial role in resisting those powerful devils. Good. Gu Dongqin immediately retracted his imposing manner. Suddenly, everyone felt extremely relaxed. Underneath the stage, Everyone secretly decided that in the future, wherever they saw this guy, they would immediately run far away from him. The feeling they just had was extremely uncomfortable. Now, Xiao Ziliang also didn't dare to be so arrogant. At present, he had only crossed 7 tribulation. He certainly could not compare to Gu Dongqin, who had already crossed 8 tribulations. Although he was a character from Huang Jintian's era, he was still worried that he would die while crossing the tribulation. Because of that, he had forcefully suppressed his strength and didn't dare to advance. Unless he had the absolute certainty, he would vanish in a puff of smoke while crossing the tribulation. Good, now that's a true man. Since you want it to be like this, then we will use the most ancient way to settle our scores. How about it? Let's settle it with a fight. Xiao Ziliang said. He very much wanted Chen Xiang dead. There was such a good seedling in the extreme martial sect, and if nurtured well, then in the future he would definitely become a legendary dean of the extreme martial sect. Moreover, Chen Xiang's way of conduct was also very appropriate for a dean. Not a problem at all, but if it's not fair, I will not accept it. Chun Xiang replied. He could not let anyone cheat him, especially that it was about fighting. He was not afraid at all. Our free immortal sea and the beast martial sect, the true martial sect, will each send a disciple with the same cultivation as you to fight with you. If you lose, you must accept some of our conditions. And if you won, then everything is settled between us. Xiao Ziliang said. At this time, Yu Jianglin, who was hidden among the crowd, suddenly appeared and said, "Count our proud sword sect in 2. Gu Dongqin sneered. Humph! For guys taking turns to fight one guy? Win, then everything is cleared, and if lost, then be forced to do your biddings? You're extremely shameless. Honorable Nirvana realm martial artists, deans of a major sect, are unexpectedly bullying an inexperienced brat like this. In the future, the lot of you should better not mention this to anyone in the Chimu mainland, lest you lose your prestige." Facing Gu Dongqin's cynicism, Xiao Ziliang and the others blushed in shame. Yes, it was your disciples who attacked us first. If you want it to be fair, then if Chen Xiang won, you must give him an apology. Wu Kaming said. Chun Xiang said, "Is an apology worth something? If I win, you must compensate me. Each losing sect must give me 100 million. How about it? If you cannot bear to compensate, then don't talk anything about settling the scores." Quite ruthless, Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming, in their hearts, secretary praised Chen Xiang. The winner is right, and the losers are wrong. Although it seemed to be rather simple, it was the only way to settle the differences. Moreover, both sides could win. A fight was eventually going to happen. Even if the crowd underneath the stage could not dare to cheer, they were all secretly excited in their heart. Chun Xiang was not only amazing in alchemy, he was also very strong. The extreme martial sect's disciples were not oblivious to this. Those who had fought with Chen Xiang didn't have a very good end. If Chen Xiang lost, he had to agree to some of the conditions of those sects. It was nothing but a kind of compensation. This was very much similar to a gambling. "Are you happy?" Gu Dongqin coldly said. Currently, the beast martial sect didn't have any dean. However, they still had the elders who had also arrived at the stage. Chen Xiang was an alchemist. If he lost, then they could make him pay with some dawn. That was rather more cost-effective. "No problem. My free immortal sea agrees." Xiao Ziliang said. 100 million for him was nothing. They just want a bit of face. They want Chen Xiang to admit he was in the wrong. Although it was the free immortal sea who was truly in the wrong, they just didn't want to admit because it would very well damage their overall prestige. The proud sword sect, the true martial sect, and the beast martial sect also readily agreed. Lian Yingxiao smiled. Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue also started smiling. Weren't they simply seeking death in fighting with Chen Xiang? They were all very clear how powerful Chen Xiang was. Menger, look! How can such a lively scene be happening without me? Hua Xiangyue naughtily smiled before flying out of the window. In the blink of an eye, she swept over to the arena. Seeing such a stunning figure on the stage, all the males were suddenly gasping for breath. Hua Xiangyue rarely made appearances, but she was known to be the first beauty of the Danxiang Taiyuan. "You want to fight here?" Hua Xiangyue asked with a voice carrying a sliver of anger. It was her property, and someone was casually making trouble on it. This was equivalent to looking down on her. Certainly, she would be very angry. The Danxiang Taiyuan's dean. The Danxiang Taiyuan's dean. Fingerfox Xiao Ziliang and the other deans all felt very uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of a woman. Yu Jianglin of the Proud Sword sect angrily shouted, "It's none of your business. Little girl, go and call your Danxiang Taiyuan's dean over. We have created so much ruckus here. She must have obviously heard." Xiao Ziliang said. He too slightly glared at Hua Xiangyue. Although Hua Xiangyue looked stunning, he was not interested in the slightest. Tang Yichao sneered, "Hua Xiangyue, you are not worthy to order us. Don't even think about it, even if you are the supervisor of Danxiang Taiyuan." Tang Yichao just spoke till here, before his pupils fiercely contracted, because he suddenly saw a light golden aura being released from Hua Xiangyue. It was exactly the Paris H.I. plus in golden body, which could only be released by someone who had crossed the seventh nirvana tribulation. "This is the site of Danxiang Taiyuan. Neither of you can manage things here. Don't think that with your little strength, you can do anything you want. I'm not afraid of you." Hua Xiangyue's voice was ice-cold and furious, which made Xiao Ziliang and the others retreat a few steps back. They all didn't expect that a little supervisor of Danxiang Taiyuan would be a seventh tribulation nirvana realm martial artist, who was on par with Xiao Ziliang. Although Tang Yichao and Yu Jianglin were deans, they had yet to cross their seventh tribulation. And at this moment, their complexion turned extremely ugly. Their faces were burning hot, as if someone had given them a couple of slaps. Because just a moment ago, they had underestimated Hua Xiangyue, and much to their surprise, Hua Xiangyue was far stronger than them. The entire square was pin-drop silent. Underneath the stage, these people knew Hua Xiangyue must have something special as to why she could become the supervisor of the Danxiang Taiyuan. Who would have known that just with her imposing manner the deans of two sects had turned pale from fear? Although they didn't know Hua Xiangyue's exact strength, from the looks of it, this pretty and charming woman was far stronger than the two men. Judging others with their own narrow vision, Chen Xiang lightly snorted, which made Yu Jianglin, Tang Yichao, and Xia Ziliang's faces suddenly turned completely red simultaneously. They all glared at Qin Xiang. Hua Xiangyue coldly said, "Qin Xiang is an honorary chief alchemist of our Danxiang Taiyuan. Although he is not a disciple of our Danxiang Taiyuan, since he is the winner of the high-rank tournament, he can enjoy this title. Not to mention the Danxiang Taiyuan has the obligation to protect such a genius of the alchemist community. If you dare to act against him, you will become the enemy of our Danxiang Taiyuan. If just a supervisor was so much formidable, then the mysterious dean behind her must be even more powerful. Dean Hua, ha. It should not have been so wrong to call you that. No doubt, you must be the dean of the Danxiang Taiyuan. I have seen you several times, although I've not seen your face, but I can still recognize you from your aura." Gu Dongqin faintly smiled. What? Hua Xiangyue was the mysterious dean of Danxiang Taiyuan. Chen Xiang was dumbfounded, but when he thought about it, he soon came to understand why Lu Menjie and Hua Xiangyue would be so familiar. Because Lu Menjie would often seek Danxiang Taiyuan's dean to refine Dawn. Xiao Ziliang and the others had also been extremely curious about the Danxiang Taiyuan's dean. But much to their surprise, it was unexpectedly Hua Xiangyue. Now they understood why Hua Xiangyue could do anything she wanted to in the Danxiang Taiyuan. Her position at the Danxiang Taiyuan was same as the dean's, because she was the dean herself. However, She was just pretending to be mysterious, made others think that the Danxiang Taiyuan was unfathomable. Humph, you've got a big mouth. Hua Xiangyue coldly harumphed. She also didn't expect Gu Dongqin would actually recognize her. This was totally out of her expectation. Xiao Ziliang and the others all felt very embarrassed. Said simultaneously. Just a while ago, they had been looking down on Hua Xiangyue, but they didn't expect that Hua Xiangyue's ident. Tai was so shocking. Not only her strength was fearsome, her alchemy techniques were just the same. Only 2 alchemists could refine high-level dawn on the Qinwu mainland. One was the Danxiang Taiyuan's dean, and the other was the extreme martial sect's elder Dan. Such people absolutely could not be offended. Who knows how many powerful Nirvana realm martial artists were still hidden in the Qinwu mainland. If she used her alchemy techniques to draw these Nirvana realm martial artists, her strength would be very fearsome. Not only was it like that in Qinwu mainland, in some mainland overseas, high-ranked alchemists were also very scarce. So long as Hua Xiangyue so wish, a bunch of Nirvana realm martial artists would definitely come to seek her help in refining dawn. Chun Xiang was secretly enjoying himself. Hua Xiangyue had given him a title of an honorary chief alchemist for safety. In future, he would be fearless of these people. But he still had no way to see through Hua Xiangyue. In the first place, Hua Xiangyue had tried to win him over at all cost. She did not even hesitate to reveal her figure. Yet more, she was even willing to be her maidservant. You'll certainly regret later. Originally, when Chun Xiang refused to take her as maidservant, she had said so. Chun Xiang was now indeed regretting a little. If he had such a powerful maidservant, why would he be afraid? Dean Hua, can we borrow this place for use? We will release a barrier and absolutely will not damage this place. If it is damaged, we will pay you 100-fold. Xiao Ziliang very confidently said. Hua Xiangyue coldly smiled. It took 100 million crystal stones to create this square. If you damaged an iota of this place, are you really going to pay me 10 billion crystal stones? 10 billion crystal stones. When they heard this figure, a few deans secretly felt their heart throb in pain. Not only the square was very large, the bricks used were very hard. These kinds of bricks had been mined especially and gone through processing. Even the floor was very thick. Indeed, the square must have costed more than 1 million crystal stones. Gu Dongqin laughed and said, I'm not going to help you laying out the barrier. After all, it was you who wanted to pick a fight with this brat. Is it that you can still force my hand, force me, the extreme martial sect's dean, to bully my own disciple? Chun Xiang also smiled and said, You wanted to pick a fight with me. I'll only fight here if you want me to go to some mountain or forest. Then I quit. To make someone accept your challenge, a lot of conditions must be promised to the opposite party. This way of doing things was extremely unreasonable. You are just a true martial realm martial artist. Do you think the barrier laid out by us is still not enough to cope with you? If even a brick is broken by you, I'll pay 10 billion crystal stones to the Danxiang Taiyuan. Xiao Ziliang coldly harumphed. He had been suppressed by Gu Dongqin and Hua Xiangyue, which made him extremely depressed and aggrieved. Gu Dongqin was an 8th Nirvana Tribulation crossed martial artist, while Hua Xiangyue had crossed 7th Tribulation. Yet she was also a brilliant alchemist. Both of them were far superior to him. While Xiao Ziliang was a character from Huang Jitian's era, the famous characters of that era, if not ascended to the heavenly realm, then they had vanished into a puff of smoke during the Nirvana Tribulation. Although he is still living, he was extremely aggrieved and depressed, especially facing those juniors who were better than him. This made it difficult for him to hold his head high even more. Last time during the fight between Chen Xiang and Lian Chanyin, because the barrier happened to be laid down by 3 Nirvana realm martial artists. That was why no matter how much power he had used, he could not destroy an iota. So if he wanted to break a brick, it would indeed be very difficult. Yet Chen Xiang wanted to try. This way he could make Xiao Ziliang bleed. and also give Hua Xiangyue 10 billion crystal stones, which for these deans was also a substantial sum. Good. Now you can do whatever you want. Hua Xiangyue calmly said, before she flew away and returned to the 20th floor of the Danxiang Tower. The golden, sheathed swordsman. The golden, sheathed swordsman. Fingerfox Qinxiang secretly despised Hua Xiangyue. She just willfully came down and spoke before taking her leave. In any case, he was still the honorary chief alchemist of the Danxiang Taiyuan. He thought what would happen if happened to die. Hadn't she just said that the Danxiang Taiyuan had the obligation to protect him? This fight is related to our sect's honor. That's why our disciples will do everything to win. That's why this is a death match. The opposite sect can't hold the other sect accountable. Xiao Ziliang said. He looked at Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming, while they just disapprovingly nodded their head. Only by defeating Qinxiang in front of so many people would they be able to completely rout Qinxiang and render Gu Dongqin speechless. This way they could also improve their sect's prestige. That was why Xiao Ziliang dared to create such a ruckus here. It was pretty obvious that Yu Jianglin, Tang Yichao, and the others from the very start had been colluding with Xiao Ziliang. However, they had still looked down upon Qinxiang. Now they were still oblivious as to how powerful Qinxiang was. In order to show their skills, they had encircled a very big area. At this point, Xiao Ziliang and the others began to release their strength to jointly lay out a barrier. Using a large amount of their strength, a huge SHI plus ELD, just like an impregnable fortress, was created. Not only would it block any shock waves during the intense fight, it would also protect the bricks and the tiles, lest they got damaged. This was the common barrier laid down by the Nirvana realm martial artists for protection. Xiangyue, your secret is exposed now. Is it not going to affect you? That stingy bee, ASTARD Gudongqin, had a big mouth. Lu Menger, seeing Hua Xiangyue return, immediately inquired. This is also not bad. Anyway, the big storm is coming. Letting them know is also not bad. Menger, when are you going to be crossing the tribulation? It is better if you could get it done before the arrival of the big storm. Hua Xiangyue said, no idea, I'm doing all I can. But currently I'm not ready. Lu Menger sighed and said, are all the spirit herbs you had bought during the auction are in Qinxiang's hands? Hua Xiangyue asked with a frown. Much to her dismay, Lu Menger had unexpectedly given such precious stuffs to Qinxiang. Of course, she was aware of Lu Menger and Qinxiang's relations. It's nothing. Anyway, I still had not gathered everything yet. The barrier had been laid out. Only Qinxiang stood alone inside. His opponent had yet to arrive. With just a glance at Xiao Ziliang and the other's expression, he knew they had long been prepared, or else they would not have made such a request. The first person to enter the barrier was an extremely handsome-looking young man with a long sword on his back. He was dressed quite luxuriously. His whole body was covered in an Bli aura. From his forehead, it was evident that he was very proud. His scabbard was golden, which seemed extremely extravagant. Qinxiang frowned upon seeing the young man, and from the audiences in the square, waves of exclamation burst forth. If he could not recognize this young man, it was nothing but if he failed to recognize the golden scabbard, he would certainly be ridiculed by others for being ignorant. Golden, sheathed swordsman Peng Xianwu? Qinxiang asked. Exactly. Peng Xianwu dismissively replied. His whole body was BRIMMING arrogance, making the onlookers feel extremely uncomfortable. The golden, sheathed swordsman was the most famous young disciple of the proud sword sect. He was in the 6th level of the true martial realm. Not only was he very strong, he had a very powerful, double-edged sword too. According to the rumors, it was a brilliant grade weapon. Moreover, none had seen the sword out of the scabbard yet. You want to use the sword to fight with me? Qinxiang asked with a smile. He had just fused the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade with the dragon soul. He was worried he would not have the opportunity to test it. At this point, everyone remembered the frightening broadsword of Qin Xiang. In everyone's opinion, it was also a powerful, brilliant grade weapon, and many famed martial artists had died under his blade. The proud sword sect without a sword was same as a martial artist without an arm. Their strength would be greatly reduced. But if they were allowed to use the sword, then Qin Xiang too could use his blade. Peng Xianwu glanced at Yu Jianglin before Yu Jiangling nodded to him in affirmation. Noticing Yu Jianglin's nod, a sliver of charming smile appeared on Lu Menger's face. She knew how formidable the Qin Xiang's azure dragon slaughtering devil blade was. Could it be compared with the brilliant grade weapon? Even if it was a legendary immortal weapon, it would be difficult to contend to, especially now that it had been fused with the dragon soul. I'll use the sword, you can use your blade too, but I hope you are as good as they say and can force my sword out of the scabbard. Peng Xianwu scornfully looked at Qin Xiang. A 6th-level true martial realm martial artist using a 9th-level spirit weapon would be proud enough, not to mention if he was using a very powerful, brilliant weapon. Not to forget that the proud sword sex guys had the arrogance deeply rooted into their bones. And if this kind of guy was allowed to use a brilliant weapon, how could his arrogance not be higher than the heavens? At this point, this was the case of Peng Xianwu. Thinking of himself in possession of a powerful, double-edged sword, he was looking down upon the world. Moreover, many famed young martial artists that he had faced in the past had all been miserably defeated under his sword. Yet it should not be forgotten that his sword was still not out of its scabbard. A very bright smile appeared on Qin Xiang's face. Only Lu Menger understood this smile, and of course, Su Meiyao and the others needless to say. At this point, the double-edged sword, the pride of Peng Xianwu, was already SCR, AP iron in their eyes. Peng Xianwu quickly removed the golden, sheathed sword from his back, while Qin Xiang too took out a long knife. Glimpsing at this knife, everyone felt extremely doubtful. Although this blade had an azure dragon carved upon it, it was rather small. It was a little like a long sword, yet it was not a sword because its back was blunt like a knife and its tip was slightly curved. From looking at the knife, it was quite similar to Qin Xiang's treasured blade. However, the previous blade used to be very wide, and the blade body was similar to a sword. After the azure dragon's slaughtering devil blade had been fused with the dragon's soul, he could freely control the shape of the blade. Qin Xiang had narrowed the blade a little, and he had done so in order to use it more flexibly. Previously, the huge appearance had been very domineering and daunting, but now it looked very ornamental. But it also appeared to be carrying a light arrogance, yet delicate and beautiful. Noticing Qin Xiang was not using that rumored overbearing giant blade, Peng Xianwu thought Qin Xiang was looking down upon him. That was why he was not using his most powerful weapon, making him feel that it was an insult to him. But he had forgotten that his sword was still in its scabbard. Wasn't he disrespecting others? Qin Xiang had also intentionally changed its shape for a reason. He wanted to tell Peng Xianwu, "You do not deserve for me to use the broadsword." The proud sword sect's members had a very bad temper, so they were very easy to provoke. Once Qin Xiang had flashed his weapon, he knew that he had been successful. Although the broadsword and the knife's power were just the same, however, he still felt that the broadsword was a little more domineering. However, at present he was too lazy to use that to deal with this little arrogant disciple of the proud sword sect, who is not even willing to let others take a look at his sword. "Qin Xiang, I hope you do not die under my sword, so as to not let my sword be stained with another dead guy's resentment," Peng Xianwu coldly said, while pointing his sword at Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, seeing the sword still within its sheath pointed towards him, he secretly sneered in his heart. "Wait, I'll let you die with your sword forever, sheathed in that turtle hate ELL-like scabbard." The golden, sheathed swordsman had been very famous a few years back, because Yu Jianglin had always took him everywhere to compete. Many famous young, true martial realm martial artists had suffered defeat. That was why many in the Qinwu mainland had heard of his deeds. And one could often hear them talking who would win if he and Chen Xiang happened to fight. Now they had finally met. Showing mercy. Showing mercy. Finger Fox Peng Xianwu had a fortuitous encounter. He himself had obtained the brilliant weapon in his hand. Moreover, he had also learned a set of powerful sword technique. It was only because of that set of powerful sword techniques that he had never suffered a defeat before. Rumor has it that when the invisible sword technique is used, the sword will disappear from sight. Neither can it be seen nor can it be felt. Isn't it the same as the soul martial technique? Chen Xian was secretly vigilant. If this was a forbidden martial technique, he would have to be on guard. After all, the opponent had a powerful weapon. Start! Xiao Ziliang shouted. From the get-go, Peng Xianwu made the first move. In a very quick speed, he silently cleaved at Qin Xiang. Although the sword was still sheathed, Qin Xiang could still sense the oppressive slaughter qi that was emanating from the sword. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief, for he realized it was not the soul martial technique. Just the speed of Peng Xianwu's sword strikes was quite fast, so fast that even its shadows could not be discerned. However, Qin Xiang's divine sense was extremely strong. He could still sense his sword strikes. However, Qin Xiang still could not react, because the sword thrust was coming at a very tricky angle from his left side. It was already too late to block it with the blade. When the Peng Xianwu's sword cleaved at Qin Xiang's arm, just a brittle sound was heard. He felt as if he was cleaving down upon a hard thing. The sword strike was apparently very strong. Even if it struck upon the black tortoise adamantal armor on his arm, a slight tremor still ran through the ground. Qin Xiang's left arm went numb from the shock. However, it was only for an instant. Peng Xiangu was very confident that his sword strike could not be resisted just by using the body. Yet, Chen Xiang had not been affected even just a little. At the very same instant Peng Xianwu was taken aback. Qin Xiang's right hand from behind his back tightly clasped a sword. After the scabbard had been caught, Qin Xiang quickly mobilized his true qi and casted the profound aura finger. He wanted to break the sword along with the sheath, but he soon found out that the scabbard was incredibly hard. Peng Xianwu had not expected Qin Xiang would actually be able to grab his sword, and even so tightly. No matter how much strength he used, he could not take it back. At this time, he ruthlessly gave a good kick at Qin Xiang. However, just as he had kicked, he regretted it, for Qin Xiang had already predicted it and countered it with a horizontal strike. Peng Xianwu hastily retracted his leg, but a deep bloodstain still appeared on his thigh. At this time, Qin Xiang sensed a powerful shock wave being transmitted from Peng Xianwu's sword. His hands went numb from pain, leaving him no choice but to release the sword. Much to everyone's dismay, Peng Xianwu had been struck at the very start and happened to be bleeding. Since Peng Xianwu's quick sword was very famous, it came as a surprise to others. A moment ago, his sword strike was indeed quite fast. Many among the audiences were not able to track the sword. Not to mention, even Qin Xiang was not able to block it, and had to use his arm to forcefully block the lethal blow. What was most shocking was the fact that Qin Xiang was unexpectedly not afraid of facing the sword with his body. Although it was a sheathed sword, the blow was quite powerful, because it was evident just from the tremor. Even if Qin Xiang had a brilliant armor and tempered his body, his arm must have suffered some injuries from the shock. Qin Xiang's arm was still numb. He gave a jerk to his arm and sneered, "Just this. I think you will have to remove your sword quite early." Peng Xianwu now came to realize Qin Xiang was even stronger than the rumors. However, he still disdainfully said, "You're not worthy." While speaking, he rushed out just like an arrow, and just in a flash, he appeared in front of Qin Xiang and thrust his sword at Qin Xiang's chest. His thrust was very fast. Yet Qin Xiang had already been prepared. Qin Xiang was not slow himself. He fiercely waved his hand. Just as the sword was about to touch his body, his palm landed upon the sword's blade, before a thunderous bang resounded, which was followed by a golden flash shooting from one side of Qin Xiang. Just a moment ago, the speed was too fast. It rendered everyone else without any time to react. They just saw a golden sword with its scabbard landing on the ground, which to everyone's dismay was Peng Xianwu's double-edged sword, which happened to be disarmed by Qin Xiang. Although they had no idea what had happened, everyone bursted into exclamation one after the another. Qin Xiang had already attained the perfection stage in the usage of the shocking heaven palm. Just a moment ago, the vibration from the shocking heaven palm had disarmed the sword in Peng Xianwu's hand. And since at that time Peng Xianwu had used a large amount of his strength, the backlash from the impact resulted in the power to burst open, numbing Peng Xianwu's arm and disarming the double-edged sword from his hand. Qin Xiang's whole face was filled with happy expression, as if he was laughing at Peng Xianwu. Peng Xianwu coldly harumphed as he glanced at the far-away fallen double-edged sword, then walked over to pick up the sword. Just as Peng Xianwu was picked up the sword, Qin Xiang's figure disappeared. Peng Xianwu knew Qin Xiang was still on the stage. It was just that his speed was exceptionally fast, making it difficult for others to capture his silhouette. However, occasionally Qin Xiang's flickering figure could still be glimpsed. The proud sword sex Yu Jianglin was secretly sweating, for he realized Qin Xiang was very strong, especially his speed. Suddenly his complexion turned ugly. "Get back!" Peng Xianwu, upon hearing the dean's warning, was shocked, and at the same time he felt a dangerous aura enveloping his whole body before an intense slaughter qi started pouring in. He wanted to dodge, yet he felt that something had wrapped around his feet. It was too late to check what had wrapped around his feet. He held the sword across to block the frightening knife strike of Qin Xiang. This knife of Qin Xiang was carrying a shocking amount of power, making others feel as if a giant wave was surging during a tsunami, as if it could destroy everything. This was the wave strike from the Dragon Slayer's 7 killing cuts. Its power was the most overbearing, cleaving down like a monstrous wave carrying an Armageddon's might. Peng Xianwu felt that he was just an ant in front of this monstrous wave. This kind of terrifying strength had smashed his proud heart. At this point, he only felt fear. With a howl, Qin Xiang chopped down. In that instant, golden light bloomed everywhere, covering the sky and the earth, along with a deafening explosion, shaking the land. A golden flash gradually followed by a BLOODY trail that shot through the sky. It was as if the world had come to a standstill. After the golden light disappeared, everyone only caught the sight of Qin Xiang, whose standing figure was giving off the impression as if he was a god of slaughter. In his hand was the slender azure dragon slaughtering devil blade with blood dripping from it, with Peng Xianwu kneeling on the ground in front of him, with one of his arms dismembered from his shoulder, and even his pride, the golden sheathed sword cut off from its hilt, with the sword still inside its scabbard. Qin Xiang slightly raised his hand, pointing the blade at Peng Xianwu's throat, and said, "Your arm can still be reconnected. Only your sword has been cut now, that's all. But so long as the sword in your heart isn't broken, you are still a swordsman. I'm not going to kill you, because you don't deserve to die under my knife." This was a death match. If Qin Xiang so wished, he could dismember Peng Xianwu into two, but his azure dragon slaughtering devil blade didn't seem to allow him to do this. The azure dragon slaughtering devil blade was for killing the devils, not for slaughtering humans. Qin Xiang had let go of Peng Xianwu. This way of conduct had earned him some admiration from the onlookers. Peng Xianwu clenched his teeth, picked up his arm, and left the barrier. No matter how much Yu Jianglin called him, he didn't even turn his head. This battle was a huge blow for him, but it would bring him a great deal of benefits. You don't have any enmity with him. He was only used by Yu Jianglin as a gambling tool. You do not need to kill him. A big storm is about to come. The humans should not be killing each other. Bai Yu said, although she was a she-devil, cultivating devil techniques, she took no pleasure in mindless killing. She would not kill the innocents. Yu Jiangling could not leave, for he was still needed in laying out the barrier. Now he hated Qin Xiang even more, but he could do nothing but endure. Beautiful plan. Beautiful plan. Moxie Qin Xiang had shocked everyone with the strength of his blade strike. In particular, those deans who had laid down the barrier since they were clearer than anyone else. All of them were Nirvana realm martial artists. They had lived for many years, and naturally they could perceive that Qin Xiang's martial technique was extraordinary. They speculated Qin Xiang had very possibly casted the dragon martial technique. A lot of dragon martial techniques had spread in the mortal world, yet they were not that many. Even these deans didn't have that many. Although Qin Xiang's blade technique was terrifying, these deans could see that it was not the powerful martial technique which had cut the sword, but the brilliant knife in his hand. Gee, oh, Dee knows what level of knife it was. The knife was definitely extraordinary. Even a brilliant grade weapon was cut off by the knife. These deans had now come to a realization that if they allowed Qin Xiang to wield this weapon, then their disciples would have no chance of winning. Using their divine sense, these 4 Nirvana realm martial artists were having a discussion. At last it was decided to somehow restrict Qin Xiang in using his weapon. Otherwise, the next 3 would definitely lose against Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang, in the next fight, our side is not going to use weapon. Therefore, you can also not use a weapon. Xiao Ziliang said. Qin Xiang coldly smiled. It was you who came to me for a fight. It was your side who chose to use the weapon, and I have not objected. But now you don't want me to use weapons. Why should I listen to you? Since Gu Dongqin was also here, Qin Xiang was not afraid of these deans. Qin Xiang felt that he was not being taken seriously, as the entire match was being led by the other party. Qin Xiang, your knife is too formidable. Don't you think it is very unfair? Tang Yichao said. Qin Xiang started laughing. Fair? I'm currently in 5th level of the true martial realm. Yet Peng Xinwu was in the 6th level. You think that was fair? When you wanted to use weapon, I had to follow and use my weapon. When you don't want to use, I should not use mine. Is this fair? Bulls. HI plus T. If you don't have weapon to contend, don't clamor to use a fight to solve the problem. Qin Xiang's words sent Tang Yichao and the others into fury. The onlookers were also extremely surprised. Much to their surprise, Qin Xiang dared to talk like this to these deans. He was being surrounded by 4 Nirvana realm martial artists. But nevertheless, he still dared to be so arrogant while speaking. On the side, Gu Dongqin sneered. Xiao Ziliang, don't go too far. If your disciple is not strong, then don't try to weaken the opposite party. With this rubbish, you still want to talk about fairness? Don't make me laugh. Everyone also felt Qin Xiang was correct. Qin Xiang had been challenged by the opposite party, yet the opposite had enforced unfavorable demands upon him. Only a fool would agree. If you can't fight, then quickly get the HELL out. Gu Dongqin coldly shouted. He was unafraid of these Nirvana realm martial artists. He was an 8th Tribulation Nirvana realm martial artist. He was the strongest martial artist on the Qinwu mainland, as most of the martial artists that have crossed the 9th Tribulation had already been sucked into the heavenly realm. Xiao Ziliang was secretly blaming the proud sword sect. Otherwise, at the beginning, they could have restricted the usage of weapons, and they would not have to deal with so many other issues now. From the beginning, we were in the wrong in not arranging the rules. So now let's set it as a new rule. No one is allowed to use any weapons. Of course, we'll compensate you. As long as you win, we will increase your compensation from 100 million to 200 million. What do you think? Xiao Ziliang proposed. In the face of absolute strength, he could only concede. Although Gu Dongqin was a junior in his eyes, he was still far stronger than him. If this went on, it was highly likely that they would be disgraced even more. Originally, Xiao Ziliang thought that after crossing the seventh tribulation and establish H.I. plusing the free immortal sea, he would be powerful than the extreme martial sect. He could hold his head up high. But to his surprise, Gu Dongqin had crossed the eighth tribulation. Although he was only behind by one tribulation, the difference was like between heaven and earth. All right, I promise. Chun Xiang agreed. After buying the dragon's soul, Chun Xiang was almost bankrupt. Just a moment ago, he had already won 100 million crystal stones. If he won against the next three opponents, he would be able to win 600 million crystal stones, which for him was a substantial sum. Even after laboriously saving for so long in the past, he was only able to gather 300 million. Moreover, he still had to sell the fire marshal soul to earn more. The next opponent turned out to be a seductive girl with a statuesque figure. With her charming and tapered face, along with her flirtatious red dress, she seemed extremely pretty and coquettish to Qin Xiang. Unlike Su Meiyao and Hua Xianyue, she had some sort of spellbinding charm. At present, she could be regarded as a stunner. Many males in the square were dumbfoundedly gawking at her. They could not wait to strip off her clothes. The girl smiled obsequiously at Qin Xiang. Everyone secretly thought that Qin Xiang would definitely lose this round. They felt that they themselves would definitely show mercy to such a beauty. She is the beast martial sex Yan Yanran, the beast martial sex most beautiful disciple. A man shouted, noticing that the fiery look in every man's eyes didn't show any signs of dissipation. Yan Yanran, this bewitching girl, appeared to be extremely excited. Her charming giggles were extremely bewitching. Elder brother Chen is finished? This girl is every man's weakness. Yun Xiaodao's sight was also fixed at her. Even he couldn't help but gulp. Zhu Rong pursed his lips and said, Younger brother Chen's fiancée, Xue Xianxian, is a lot better than this girl. Don't forget Qianqian, the most beautiful girl of the extreme martial sect. Wasn't she just like her? Yet that girl has been tarnished, one, by younger brother Qin during a fight, and younger brother didn't even show mercy? Wu Qianqian tenderly snorted, before ruthlessly pinching Zhu Rong. Damn. And Fatty, I was just defeated by him. Don't speak anything vulgar. Yan Yanran suddenly tore her own long skirt, revealing her extremely hot and enticing figure. Only a black cloth was wrapped around her chest and her nether region. Her perfect figure was out for show without any reservation. Her two snow-white smooth and slender legs, her graceful and slender waist, her two towering jade peaks which had been tightly wrapped by the black cloth, along with her the two pressing peaks peeking out of the black cloth. All of them added to make everyone unable to stop looking even if they didn't want to look. Hey, hey, young Master Qin, please show mercy to little miss. Yan Yanran charmingly smiled and said, I had glutted your eyes. You cannot possibly destroy me. That bewitching voice rendered many males limp and dumbfounded. At the same time, nearly every male had a part of their body grew hard. Humph! Lu Menjer and Hua Xianyue simultaneously tenderly snorted. They had not expected that the beast martial sect would actually send such an alluring woman. That brat has a good control over his mind. Don't worry. Hua Xianyue said. She was much better than Yan Yanran. Yet Qin Xiang had the gall to simply refuse her. I know, but this little rascal is still a man. Lu Menjer lightly scoffed and said. A smug smile appeared on the beast martial sect's elder face. Chun Xiang was a man, and just a 20 years old one at that. This was exactly the age when a young man was the most vigorous. A beautiful woman at his age had a fatal temptation to him. This girl is too shameless if all girls are just as shameless as her. Zhu Rong said with a lascivious smile hanging on his face. Just as he finished, he felt pain coming from his arm. Wu Qianqian had vigorously pinched his arm. However, Zhu Rong's words were also in the mind of many males on the square. Suddenly, Yen Yanran's smile turned stiff, because in Chen Xiang's eyes only a look of admiration was present. His gaze was devoid of any beastly desire. It was as if he was just appreciating a treasure, nothing more. This, on the contrary, came as a surprise to Yen Yanran. Many of the men on the square could not wait to push her down on the ground. Yet Chen Xiang didn't even have this kind of idea. If I could defeat you, I can get 200 million crystal stones, sorry. A grin appeared on Chen Xiang's face. Footnotes caret. It means the fading of a girl's beauty after she lost her virginity, like she is no longer pure. I could not find any appropriate word other than tarnished for such complex Chinese adjective. That's why in the next sentence, Wu Qianjian says Zhu Rong is speaking vulgarly. Merciless. Merciless. Moxie with his new keyboard and red little bat noticing the sliver of ruthlessness flash. H.I. Plussing through Chen Xiang's eyes. Yen Yanran felt as if she had eaten a fly. Her seduction didn't have the slightest effect on Chen Xiang. At this point, she felt like a clown as an inexplicable shame overwhelmed her. Hua Xiangyue had felt the same way when she failed to seduce Chen Xiang in the past. Yen Yanran's response was just as Hua Xiangyue's. Both of them immediately got dressed and quickly covered their beautiful and tender figures. The charming smile on Yen Yanran's face disappeared in the blink of an eye, which was now replaced by a menacing expression. Originally, she believed that with her figure, she would be able to charm Chen Xiang, thereby making Chen Xiang let down his guard during the fight. However, contrary to her expectations, her plan had actually failed. She was very well aware of how strong Chen Xiang was. Just a while ago, while hidden among the crowd, she had been carefully watching Chen Xiang's previous fight. Even though she was a 6th-level true martial realm martial artist, she didn't have any confidence. Although she couldn't understand why, she knew that Chen Xiang's true qi was more vigorous and powerful than hers. Hua Xiangyue, after noticing that Yen Yanran had already thrown the towel, was secretly pleased in her heart. Chen Xiang had even won the heart of a character like Lu Menger, so obviously he wouldn't be so casually tempted by Yen Yanran. Although Chen Xiang had not seen Yen Yanran in the past, he was still knowledgeable about the top beauty of the beast martial sect. When he had gone drinking with Yin Xiaodao, Zhu Rong, and the others, he had once heard them mention her. According to them, Yen Yanran was a very perceptive martial artist, and she was using some sort of a cat-like martial art, which made her extremely agile. Watching Yen Yanran wearing her clothes, the beast martial sect's elder realized that their initial plan had failed. If Yen Yanran lost, their beast martial sect would have to pay 200 million crystal stones to Chen Xiang. Thinking about this, he secretly felt sad. He came to regret ever cooperating with Xiao Ziliang. The proud sword sect and the true martial sect's deans were also feeling the same. They thought that after the end of the tournament, Chen Xiang would be greatly exhausted, and it would be a perfect time to trouble Chen Xiang. But who would have thought that Chen Xiang's speed of recovery would be many times better than they had imagined, and his strength was even more beyond their imagination. These deans were also extremely experienced. It was their first watching Chen Xiang, this genius who, with the strength of 5th-level true martial realm, could still suppress someone from 6th or 7th level of the true martial realm. Naturally, they realized that Chen Xiang was cultivating a powerful martial exercise. Begin! Xiao Ziliang shouted. His voice was totally gloomy. If their 4 sects still failed to defeat Chen Xiang, even after taking turns to fight him, then their prestige would very possibly go down the drain. In the future, they would have no face to pick a fight with Chen Xiang. Once Xiao Ziliang gave the signal to start, Yen Yanran suddenly jumped backwards. Chen Xiang had just jabbed once, yet he didn't expect Yen Yanran's vigilance to be so high, to the point where only air was struck by his jab. After his jab failed to struck Yen Yanran, the instant Chen Xiang thought of pursuing her and continuing his attack, Yen Yanran's figure suddenly disappeared. Behind, Chen Xiang frowned. He suddenly turned around, and with lightning-like punches, he continuously bombarded. In the blink of an eye, he had already punched dozens of times, yet he just struck nothing but air. He was secretly amazed by Yan Yanran's speed. Just a moment ago, Qin Xiang felt that he was about to be hit by Yan Yanran. At that time, he felt a weak power fluctuation from behind. If he had not been cultivating S, H, I plus into, he wouldn't have such an extraordinary divine sense. Qin Xiang now came to grasp the timing to counterattack, and he had to counterattack just after a half-second interval. If it was faster by a bit, Yan Yanran would have reacted and dodged, but if it was any slower, he would definitely be struck by Yan Yanran. At this time, Qin Xiang unconsciously used the refining simulation technique that was normally for alchemy. He calculated the timing of Yan Yanran's attack and the timing for his counterattack. Now, after Qin Xiang grasped the timing, a hideous expression emerged on his face. As he smacked a palm, he felt his palm landing upon a very soft ma. And naturally he realized what it was. Yan Yanran uttered a tender shout before spewing out blood. She was extremely furious as well as ashamed. She had not expected that Qin Xiang would start so ruthlessly. Much to her surprise, he had even used the terrifying, shocking heaven palm and also struck upon the proud chest of her. Qin Xiang secretly lauded the wondrous feeling transmitted a moment ago from his hand. Although there were a lot of ravis, plussing beauties around him, he had not touched those good stuffs yet. In this regard, he could be regarded as an inexperienced brat. What made Yan Yanran furious was that Qin Xiang didn't know how to show an iota of compa. Xiaonan girls. After she was sent flying from Qin Xiang's strike, Qin Xiang was already pursuing her in an Estonese. Plussing speed. Moreover, from the serious expression hanging on Qin Xiang's face, she realized that he would definitely attack ruthlessly. Just as she thought of dodging, she noticed a palm covering her head. Just from the pressure emanating from above, she felt suffocated, as fear overwhelmed her mind. Yan Yanran gasped. In Qin Xiang's sea-wave-like, shocking heaven palm, Yan Yanran's supple body appeared to be extremely weak. She was like a boat tossing up and down along the raging sea in a storm, getting wrecked. Is he not a man? So ruthless. Hua Xiangyue lightly nibbled her lips. In the end, she was also a female, and she felt sympathy for Yan Yanran. If this little rascal is not Hara sing a woman, then her luck has come to an end. Lu Menger heaved a light sigh. Below the stage, some people couldn't bear to watch anymore, even if they came to wars. I plus P Qin Xiang before, but now that Qin Xiang had used such brutal means to destroy the deaths of their hearts, they continuously cursed Qin Xiang. This power is inconceivable. A sharp aura flashed past Xiao Ziliang's eyes. He seemed to have realized something because he was having a familiar feeling from that power. If the victim was unprepared under the continuous shocking heaven palms, if he wouldn't die, then at least he would be seriously injured. This was exactly the case for Yan Yanran. How could she expect that someone could continuously cast such overbearing martial technique? The consumption of true qi for the shocking heaven palm was exceptional. Just sending a palm was very difficult. Yet Qin Xiang's complexion remained unchanged even after sending hundreds of shocking heaven palm. This was the clear proof that Qin Xiang had a very rich true qi reserve. Qin Xiang, Yan Yanran tenderly shouted. Anyone with good eyesight could glimpse Yan Yanran palms landing dead right upon Qin Xiang's. At that moment, Qin Xiang suddenly felt a pain on his palm. He could clearly feel 5 sharp things puncturing both of his palms. He had no idea what it was, however. He could not just stop his speeding palm. The reason why he continued to use such brutal palm techniques on Yan Yanran was because he felt that Yan Yanran's breath was not showing any signs of weakening. In other words, although Yan Yanran appeared to be ravaged, her injuries weren't bad at all. This girl's body is very supple and extremely resilient. The true qi within her body also possesses the same characteristics. Because of that, about 80% of the power of your shocking heaven palm, after landing on her body, is reduced by her body's suppleness and true qi. Long Shui explained, her sensibility was truly powerful. That was why she could accurately sense every fiber of Yan Yanran's body. That was the reason why Qin Xiang didn't stop, no matter how miserably Yan Yanran cried. On the contrary, he was even more brutal in using the shocking heaven palm to ravage Yan Yanran. Even if the barrier had been laid down by 4 Nirvana realm martial artists, Qin Xiang's continuous shocking heaven palm still made the ground tremble. The quaking made many people's feet numb. The terror of this power could only be imagined by the audience, not to mention Yan Yanran, who was directly suffering from Qin Xiang's strikes. The Herculean Clan, first part. Sorry for the delay. In my defense, I'm still on holiday and was enjoying the tour. Finger Fox, can this little rascal truly bear to ravage such a beauty? They don't have any enmity. There is no need for him to use such ruthless means. Lu Menjie frowned. She didn't want Qin Xiang to turn into a brutal man. She knew Qin Xiang was a person who would not hesitate to kill, but only when his life was threatened would he resort to such ruthless means. Not to mention Yan Yanran from the beginning to the end had not resorted to any ruthless means. Probably not. Don't you find it strange that, even though Yan Yanran is a 6th level true martial realm martial artist, yet under Qin Xiang's shocking heaven palm for so long, she could still utter such sharp cries? Hua, Xiang Yue said. Lu Menjie also realized something, followed by a deafening tiger's roar. Everyone saw Qin Xiang suddenly sent a punch after a palm. A huge golden tiger head appeared upon Qin Xiang's fist, ruthlessly pounding upon Yan Yanran's voluptuous bosom. Yan Yanran uttered a miserable cry. Blood overflowed from her mouth as she was smacked away. In a moment, she was out of the barrier. Just as she got out, she nimbly rolled over, before firmly standing on the ground. Watching this, the square immediately burst into waves of exclamations. Much to everyone's surprise, Yan Yanran, even after suffering from Qin Xiang's shocking heaven palm, could still firmly held her ground. Only her complexion was a little bit pale. Blood was overflowing from the corners of her mouth. Her breathing was somewhat rapid. It seemed she had not been seriously injured. Qin Xiang looked at his hands. On his palm there were 5 puncture wounds, like he had been stabbed by a claw, which directly punctured his palm. Looking at the alluring figure in front of him, Qin Xiang clenched his teeth. This female was a lot stronger than the golden sheathed swordsman. There were many wondrous things present in this vast world. Not only he would have Fruitius encounter, others would also. He was sure that this bewitching female in front of him was definitely one of those people. The supple constant eye Tushin she had was a lot better than his 5th level immortal and devil body. I concede, don't attack. Yan Yanran adjusted her messy hair before she tenderly shouted. Noticing Qin Xiang was a little surprised, she charmingly smiled and said, Rest assured it's not poisoned. Just remember, I'm not so easy to bully. Anyway, thank you for not hitting my face or else I... Just as she finished speaking, she leapt a few times before disappearing in the square. A very fearsome woman. Her claws actually penetrated through the black tortoise adamantal armor, or her attack was so fast that even the black tortoise adamantal armor didn't have the time to defend before she punctured my palm. Qin Xiang exclaimed in his heart. This woman's weak point was her head, yet you had never hit on her head. Long Shui said, Yes, in the end I was soft-hearted. Alas, a brave hero will find it difficult to get past a beautiful woman. Qin Xiang lamented, Pooh, you hit on her body. I'm afraid you had taken a lot of advantages cheaply, isn't that right? If not for her having that kind of constant eye Tushin, she would have suffered a rather serious injury a long time ago. Yet you still have the gall to say you were soft-hearted. Su Meiyao tenderly snorted and said. Qin Xiang also realized his shocking heaven palm was ineffective against Yan Yanran. He could only resort to send the shocking heaven palms like a fierce rainstorm. Now he realized a rather serious problem. He had consumed half of his true qi because he had used the 5 elements universe true qi for that last attack. Although Qin Xiang did not hit Yan Yanran's face, everyone still felt that he was rather brutal. He had unexpectedly used such a frightening palm technique to ravage such a weak girl. Qin Xiang's courage and valiance in the last 2 battles, especially the last fight where he continued to send shocking heaven palm without respite, scared the SHI+T out of many true realm martial artists. If they were bombarded continuously by Qin Xiang, they would definitely turn into paste. Not to mention those 1st and 2nd level true realm martial artists. Even those 5th and 6th level true realm martial artists in the square were horrified. The Beast Martial Sect unexpectedly has such a powerful disciple. But unfortunately, the Beast Martial Sect's leader has always been so annoying, and now they are without any leader. Gu Dongqin was also ruthless after an interval of a generation. He had once again killed their dean. Hua, Xiangyue said. Lu Menger certainly didn't think so, because she too was inside the black tortoise mysterious realm. At that time, Gu Dongqin and the trio had been besieged by many Nirvana realm martial artists. It was absolutely impossible for Gu Dongqin to kill the Beast Martial Sect's dean and the Nirvana realm martial artists of the Free Immortal Sea. The True Martial Sect and the Beast Martial Sect one after another. Although Qin Xiang didn't mention anything to her, she had guessed a little. At that time, Qin Xiang was akin to an invincible being inside the black tortoise mysterious realm. Others were not able to utilize their true qi, yet he could. Younger brother Tang, now it should be your true martial sect's turn to fight. Xiao Ziliang urged. He could not possibly allow Qin Xiang to have some time to recover. Just as he finished speaking, Qin Xiang swallowed a 5 elements true elemental dan. Many onlookers felt jealous. The 5 elements true elemental dan was worth more than 1,000,000 crystal stones. Yet Qin Xiang swallowed it down without batting an eye. They secretly envied Qin Xiang. This bizarre character, not only was he a terrifying alchemist, he also had heaven-defying strength. Tang Yichao, watching Qin Xiang swallow a 5 elements true elemental dan, his eyebrows slightly twitched. It was never mentioned that he was not allowed to take Dan for recovery. Not to mention, they were taking turns to fight Qin Xiang. If the opposite party was not allowed to recover, then that would be too shameless. After swallowing the 5 elements true elemental dan, Qin Xiang quickly operated the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise to digest the potency. He wanted to recover the true qi he had consumed in the past 2 fights, because he still had 2 fights left. My true martial sect concedes. Tang Yichao suddenly shouted. Now, if he sent his disciple, wasn't he simply sending him to get tortured? That would be very unwise. At present, they were completely dissatisfied with Xiao Ziliang. Why should he ask them to send their disciple to fight first? Yet his Free Immortal Sea's disciples would fight last. Wasn't he simply taking advantage of them? Thinking of this, Tang Yichao felt very unhappy. The same was true for the Beast Martial Sect and the Proud Sword Sect. They had worn down Qin Xiang's strength, while the Free Immortal Sea could sit back and enjoy. In the end, it was they who would have to pay Qin Xiang the crystal stones. If the Free Immortal Sea won the last fight, then Qin Xiang would have to refine dawn at their beck and call. The Free Immortal Sea would certainly reap sky-shaking profits. Xiao Ziliang obviously realized what was going on in Tang Yichao and the other's mind. He too was completely dissatisfied with these juniors. If not for Pincer attacking the extreme martial sect, he would not bother to ally with them. Humph! Even before fighting you already threw in the towel. You, juniors, also don't have any courage. Xiao Ziliang scoffed in a low voice and said, At the same time, outside the barrier, an old man gave a meaningful glance. Although Chen Xiang had shown mercy in the last 2 fights, Tang Yichao was worried that Chen Xiang would use ruthless means to deal with his true martial sect's disciple. For Chen Xiang had a great enmity with the true martial sect. Next, it was the Free Immortal Sea's turn to fight. Chen Xiang had killed a few Free Immortal Sea's disciples before, but they were just some henchmen. But now the disciple from the Free Immortal Sea would certainly be stronger. Otherwise, Xiao Ziliang would not appear to be so confident. Chen Xiang had been refining the 5 elements true elemental Dan bit by bit. It allowed Chen Xiang to recover a greater part of his true qi. He knew the opposite party would not give him too much time for recovery. However, now it was enough for him to fight one battle. Suddenly, a bizarre energy fluctuation arrived. Chen Xiang quickly retreated a few steps before a child suddenly appeared in front of him with his braid, pointing at the sky. The ancient Herculean clan. Long Shui exclaimed. The Herculean clan, final part. The Herculean clan, final part. Moxie and Fingerfox, with the sudden appearance of a child, Chen Xiang and the others were all surprised. They realized that he was the disciple sent by the Free Immortal Sea, and an extremely strong one at that. With his sudden appearance, in addition with the imposing manner emanating from his body, a large number of people was surprised. The ancient Herculean clan. Lian Yingxiao said with a frown. At this point, he had already arrived beside Gu Dongqin. Who would have that thought they would actually be present in the Chimu mainland? Will Chen Xiang be able to win? Gu Dongqin's complexion turned solemn. Seeing that child appear, Hua Xiangyue tenderly scolded. Xiao Ziliang is extremely shameless. He actually sent this guy to fight the little rascal. Rest assured, Chen Xiang is not to be trifled with. His body is currently at the 5th level of a mortal and devil body. Although Lu Menger was also worried when she remembered the time she helped Chen Xiang temper his body to reach 5th level of a mortal and devil body, she immediately became very confident for Chen Xiang. The child standing in front of Chen Xiang appeared to be only 6 to 7 years old. He looked very cute, yet his eagle-like sharp eyes were totally incompatible with his age. As he clenched his fists and slightly spread his legs apart, along with the oppressing manner emanating from his body, made him appear to be awe-inspiring. Noticing the will to fight burning in those pair of sharp eyes, Chen Xiang secretly raised his guard. What is the ancient Herculean clan? Chen Xiang inquired Long Shui. Su Meiyao interjected. It's a clan with innate divine power. Their pregnancy lasts for 10 years, but once they are born, they have the power to raise 10,000 genes of weight. Their body is also extremely STU, or dysprosium. However, the growth speed of their body is 100 times slower than an average person. In other words, the little brat standing in front of you is at least 500 years old. Once they were born, their strength equaled 10,000 genes. The corners of Chen Xiang's mouth twitched after hearing this. Moreover, the guy was also a few hundred years old. Not to mention that he had a naturally powerful body, he might even have a better true qi. The Herculean clan is spread across various mortal worlds. In the ancient period, they were the strongest faction, and perhaps even now they still are. Even in the heavenly realm, they hold a very small position. D knows how the Free Immortal Sea was able to rope in such a heaven-defying existence. You have to be careful. Long Shui said. From what I remember, the Herculean clan's people are maniacs. They don't like to stay in groups. How could he stay in the Free Immortal Sea? Bai Yuyu doubtfully said. Although the Herculean clan have innate divine power, it is very difficult for them to cultivate true qi. Cultivation for them is easier said than done. If they are unable to cultivate true qi, they could only live for 300 years. If my guess is correct, the Free Immortal Sea should fit the way he cultivates his true qi. That's why he is staying in the Free Immortal Sea. Long Shui said. Chun Xiang tightly clenched his fist. The Herculean clan even have a small status in the heavenly realm, so it was clear they were extremely powerful. The child in front of him had the power to move mountains. I'm Xiao Chou, a 5th-level true martial realm martial artist. His voice was just like a child's, however, it carried the tone of an elder which sounded extremely weird. Humph, this brat is acting young. If I can, this ant will punish him 2 or 3 times. I will force him to kneel and beg for mercy. Long Shui said with disdain. Chun Xiang secretly despised her. She too was similarly acting young. She was even more shameless. Little girl, you are from the Imperial Dragon family if you revealed your ident. 1. Tai. Even in the heavenly realm you can roam freely. Although the Herculean clan is stronger, they are still humans. Certainly they could not compare with you, this monster. Su Meiyao said, I'm Chun Xiang. I too am a 5th-level true martial realm martial artist. Chun Xiang replied politely. Although the opposite party was a free Immortal Sea's disciple, so long as the opposite party showed him respect, he would respond with respect. Although Chun Xiang had enmity with the leaders of the free Immortal Sea, the true martial sect and the beast martial sect, many of their disciples had not done any wrong. Last time, Chun Xiang had even become friends with the true martial sect's disciples in the southern wasteland. I've watched your previous battle. I must admit that in the Chimu mainland, you're truly stronger than any 5th-level true martial realm martial artists. Even 6th level or 7th level will have difficulty in contending with you. Xiao Chou said. The expression in his eyes when he was looking at Chun Xiang was as if he was looking at a toy, making Chun Xiang secretly unhappy. The Herculean clan is bellicose. They have an innate desire to ravage normal people, and they feel a sense of superiority in that. Don't look at his polite appearance. In all actuality, deep down, these guys are even more arrogant than the proud sword sect guys. Especially when they win a fight, they will completely despise the opponent and say some nasty words to outrage you. Su Meiyao said. Chun Xiang, with a provocative expression in his eyes, looked at Xiao Chou, then he smiled and said, I've heard of the Herculean clan. I did not expect that I'll encounter one today. I would like to see how strong you are. Listening to Chun Xiang, Xiao Chou coldly harumphed. You're just a human. So are you not a human? Chun Xiang retorted. After noticing that Xiao Chou had finally revealed his true nature, Chun Xiang felt proud in his heart. This state of mind, in his opinion, was no different than that of an inexperienced child. The Herculean clan is bestowed with divine power by heavens. Naturally, humans can't be compared to us. We are the descendants of G.O.D. Xiao Chou said in a proud tone, I spit. My honorable Imperial Dragon family is not as arrogant as them. Chun Xiang, beat this shameless brat. Long Shui angrily said. Chun Xiang, while imitating Long Shui's tone, spoke loudly. I spit, who the fuck are you? If you are descendants of G.O.D., you will not appear in the mortal world, this S.H.I. plus T.T.Y. place. You dare to insult me. I'll not show you any mercy. Initially, I intended to let you off the hook and let you grow. I think there is no need for it. An arrogant guy like you will just waste the spirit chi. Xiao Chow's complexion turned ugly before he coldly said. Everyone watching were dumbfounded. What is called arrogance? It was obviously himself being arrogant, yet completely oblivious to the very fact, and say other people are arrogant. Now, Chun Xiang realized why Long Shui was so annoyed with the Herculean clan. He now had a taste of it. This guy was 100 times more annoying than the proud sword sect guys. Begin. Xiao Ziliang shouted. His face was Briming with pride, which made Tang Yichao and the others to become completely unhappy. They were well aware of how strong the Herculean clan was. The free Immortal Sea's victory was already certain, while their 3 sects had lost. They had wasted their strength in laying out the barrier. Not to mention they still had to pay Qin Xiang. Most of all, they had lost too much of their prestige. Tang Yiqiao and the others now very much wished for Qin Xiang to win, so that they would feel a little better. Many among the audiences in the square weren't aware of the Herculean clan, but some experienced old men were also present in the square, and soon the information regarding the Herculean clan spread in the square. Watching the shocked expressions appearing on everyone's face, Xiao Chao's little face had an even prouder look. F-U-C-K. Why is this Herculean clan guy is looking more annoying the more I look? Granny Long is going to smack him down. Long Shui angrily said. Qin Xiang quickly consoled Long Shui. If she ran out and beat that little rascal of the Herculean clan, then a large number of people would definitely wet their pants. Little dragon, if I cannot defeat him, then I can always use your power. Qin Xiang said, and at that time, despite anything, take him down. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang guessed that Long Shui's parents must have had some conflict with the Herculean clan. That was why she inherited the hate for the Herculean clan. Formidable adversary. Formidable adversary. A ballistic bunny Qin Xiang and Xiao Chao's fight had already begun. Yet much to Qin Xiang's dismay, Xiao Chou didn't immediately attack. Come and attack me. I'm standing right here. Let's see if you can force me to leave this spot. Xiao Chou stood there and proudly said with his head held high. Such arrogance. Obviously Xiao Chou certainly had some ability. Qin Xiang would not underestimate Xiao Chou, but he was furious. Xiao Chou's arrogance was over the par. Little dragon, do the Herculean family have some sort of weak point? Qin Xiang asked. If there was some weak spot, he would definitely not be lenient. I only know it is difficult for them to cultivate true qi, that's all. There's nothing else in my hereditary memories. Long Shui replied, he is just a little rascal. You just have to beat him. Indeed, Xiao Chou only appeared to be a little brat. He was not even up to Qin Xiang's waist. But Xiao Chou was from the Herculean family, and he had also lived for a few hundred years. This made it difficult to gauge his strength. Qin Xiang firmed his heart and rushed ahead. He smacked a palm from above towards Xiao Chou's head. Moreover, it was an exceptionally powerful, shocking heaven palm. Looking at the terrifying momentum, it would not be difficult for the blow to devastate a hill. If it landed upon an ordinary person, they would have already been crushed by the pressure of the powerful qi emanating from the palm alone. As the palm came down, the square still had not shaken. Qin Xiang's heart was in shambles because his palm had been stopped by just a finger. Much to his surprise, Xiao Chou had simply used a single finger to resolve the shocking heaven palm. It was as if all the energy has been completely dispersed by that finger. You're too weak, Xiao Chou said as he sent a punch towards Qin Xiang's abdomen. Xiao Chou still stood at his original location. His arm was very short, it didn't actually reach Qin Xiang. However, once he sent out that childlike punch, a deafening thunderous sound echoed between heaven and earth, accompanied with a terrifying storm rising forth from the punch. The blow bombarded upon Qin Xiang's abdomen, and another deafening noise shook everyone's eardrums. Qin Xiang was sent flying like an arrow and fell at the edge of the barrier. Qin Xiang was having difficulty crawling back up. On the corner of his mouth, blood was overflowing. The punch was extremely strange. He didn't sense any power fluctuations. Thus, he had also not imagined that after Xiao Chou had punched, such terrifying force would burst from it. According to his estimation, that blow was equivalent to that of a strike from the 9th level true martial realm. If he didn't have the black tortoise adamantal armor, he probably would have suffered near fatal injuries. Very strong. Qin Xiang stood back up. He slowly took 2 deep breaths to gather himself. It didn't seem there was anything wrong with his body. Noticing Qin Xiang had not suffered any major injuries, Xiao Chou was also surprised. According to his estimation, at the very least, Qin Xiang should have suffered serious injuries. That's the mysterious power of the Herculean family, the Herculean true qi. It cannot be sensed. It is very difficult for the Herculean family members to grow exactly the Herculean true qi unless they found an appropriate cultivation technique. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Before, he suspected it was the pure physical strength. If that was the case, he would just throw in the towel. If his opponent's body was that powerful, how the Hell was he going to do anything to them? Since it is true qi, then it can run out. Qin Xiang clenched his fist and once again charged towards Xiao Chou. Watching Qin Xiang charging over, Xiao Chou sneered, "If I were you, I would admit defeat while I still can." Just as his voice fell, Qin Xiang had already appeared in front of him. Xiao Chou only caught sight of Qin Xiang SLA's plussing forward with his arm before a melodious dragon roar reverberated in his ears. In an instant, an oppressive aura surged forth. "Little rascal, don't be rampant." Qin Xiang sneered. He had just slashed a bit, yet his speed was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult to even discern his movements. That claw strike from Qin Xiang was nothing to joke about. Just from the short burst of the imposing manner, it became quite clear that the slash from Qin Xiang was extremely powerful. Moreover, after he was finished sending out the strike, he had quickly retreated. Xiao Chou's young face was briming in fury. Suddenly, everyone was staring dumbfoundedly at the scene unfolding before them. 5 deep lacerations slowly appeared on Xiao Chou's face. After such a short while, Qin Xiang had drawn blood. Evidently, Qin Xiang's speed was extremely terrifying. That was a kind attack among the various Azure Dragon Claw strikes, known as the Azure Dragon Invisible Claw. The speed of attack was incomparably fast. Moreover, it would also release a powerful Azure Dragon Qi during the attack. If an iron column had been slashed, it would be directly cut off. As the saying goes, an attack on the face means an injury on one's self-esteem. At present, on Xiao Chou's face 5 OD, why scratches had been left by Qin Xiang. This made Xiao Chou extremely furious. Initially, he had thought he would be able to defeat Qin Xiang without moving. Yet now the anger had rushed to his head. He only wanted to defeat Qin Xiang as quickly as possible. He wanted to ruthlessly crush him. Seeing Xiao Chou enraged, Qin Xiang in his heart was secretly elated. He had forced Xiao Chou to leave his position. "Qin Xiang, you scratched my face. I'll break your skull." Xiao Chou's voice was filled with hatred. Using a childlike tone to speak, such a sentence made everyone feel slightly strange. Xiao Chou was rather faster. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Qin Xiang, then quickly sent out a series of punches. Each punch was a couple of times stronger than the one which had sent Qin Xiang flying. In the face of such terrifying attacks, Qin Xiang could not resist or block. He could only dodge. Qin Xiang was not as fast as Xiao Chou. When Xiao Chou saw Qin Xiang flee to the side, he once again appeared behind Qin Xiang with a step and swiftly but haphazardly fired a punch at him. However, Xiao Chou's fist just landed upon a water screen. He felt as if his fist only struck on the surface of the ocean. After Qin Xiang had learned the black tortoise external strength technique, the black tortoise Luotian cover turned even more resilient. Qin Xiang was pleasantly surprised by the fact that it was much easier to resist that kind of power now. "Ha ha ha! This little rascal only has brute force." Qin Xiang noticed Xiao Chou attacking so haphazardly and came to realize that Xiao Chou only knew how to blindly attack. Then it was clear he had not grasped too many martial techniques. After all, he was cultivating Herculean true qi. Suitable martial techniques for him were very scarce due to his unique true qi. After Qin Xiang found Xiao Chou's weak point, he was suddenly extremely relaxed. He was well aware of his disparity in raw force with Xiao Chou, but Qin Xiang now had the confidence that he could defeat Xiao Chou. "Qin Xiang, fight face to face. Don't be a turtle." Xiao Qiu didn't expect Qin Xiang could even release a formidable water S. H-I plus ELD that even made him gnash his teeth in hatred. Qin Xiang suddenly felt he had overestimated Xiao Qiu. He was a few hundred years old, yet he acted like a little brat. As per Xiao Qiu's wish, Qin Xiang suddenly withdrew the water curtain. Seeing the water curtain suddenly disappear, Xiao Qiu was elated in his heart. He then ruthlessly fired a punch at Qin Xiang. Once Xiao Qiu had fired the punch, his punch gave rise to continuous explosive sounds from hitting the air. The surging momentum made everyone aghast. Go to H-E-L-L. Xiao Qiu roared. Just from the sound of his voice, cracks began to appear on stones. Even Fragrance City shook slightly. The punch accurately landed upon Qin Xiang's abdomen, but at that instant, Qin Xiang's figure burst into the mist. His figure had suddenly disappeared. That was Qin Xiang's water mirror technique. Those who were familiar with Qin Xiang would be aware of this move. Many of Qin Xiang's opponents had suffered from this move, and it had proven itself invaluable time and time again. Xiao Qiu had just begun to believe Qin Xiang had vanished into a puff of smoke from his punch, but very soon he realized he was wrong. This was because the force of his punch penetrated through the virtual image and ruthlessly slammed into the barrier. Little rascal, ha ha ha. Followed by Qin Xiang's mockings, he suddenly appeared beside Xiao Qiu. Qin Xiang drew a gash in the air and once again cast the azure dragon invisible claw. 5 more deep gashes appeared on the other side of Xiao Qiu's face once again. Ice Spirit Devil Aura. Ice Spirit Devil Aura. A ballistic bunny on account of strength alone, Xiao Qiu was an entire tier above Qin Xiang. But now Xiao Qiu was the one being teased by Qin Xiang, and his face seemed as if it had been scratched by a cat. The sight was very funny, and many onlookers could not help but burst into laughter. Qin Xiang, I'll kill you. Xiao Qiu had been completely and utterly enraged by Qin Xiang. His small body suddenly started shaking, before humming true qi burst forth from his body. This formed an invisible power which surged towards Qin Xiang. Qin Xiang was extremely shocked. He immediately released the black tortoise Luo Tian cover. Meanwhile, that power was storming towards Qin Xiang. Xiao Qiu had already appeared above Qin Xiang and ruthlessly kicked at his head. It was as if a meteor BRIMMING in destructive force had fallen from the heavens. If the barrier wasn't present, the Herculean true qi released by Xiao Qiu probably would have lifted the bricks of the entire square, and when his kick landed, the square would have been torn apart. The sudden, intense pressure pressing down upon him made Qin Xiang's knees slightly bend. It was as if a giant mountain had landed right on top of him. However, this pressure lasted only for a brief moment because Xiao Qiu's kick landed very quickly. Boom! An exceptionally powerful shockwave was accompanied by a damped, explosive blow. Qin Xiang felt his blood swirl in turmoil. It almost made him spew blood. In that instant, the black tortoise Luo Tian cover burst into a mist. However, Qin Xiang had still managed to block that insane blow. Gu Dongqin watched this entire affair and secretly frowned. If not for the protection of the barrier, the Danxiang Tower might have fallen down from the shock. He was astonished by the Herculean clan strength, and it was same for many other deans. Even Xiao Ziliang has been sweating profusely. If a single brick had been damaged, he would have to pay 10 billion crystal stones to Danxiang Taoyuan. Naturally, Xiao Ziliang had already taken Xiao Qiu's strength into consideration. If he was so powerful now, if then nurtured to the Nirvana realm, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? Now he realized why the Herculean clan could be so popular in the heavenly realm, because they had the absolute power. Qin Xiang's entire body turned numb from that powerful blow. Fortunately, his body was also very strong. Not to mention, there was still the black tortoise adamantal armor. While a few deans were in shock by the Herculean clan's power, they had also been horrified by Qin Xiang. He was not from some sort of background like the Herculean clan. Most of all, he was just an inexperienced brat who was not even 30 years old. Yet, to their surprise, his abilities were completely abnormal. Not only could he withstand such terrifying attacks, he was also lax enough to continue teasing Xiao Chou. After Xiao Chou had unleashed such a frightening blow, he realized there was still an opportunity to continue attacking. He kept on sending kicks down from the air, and even though his feet were not actually touching Qin Xiang, the powerful qi shooting from his legs made it difficult for Qin Xiang to dodge. He could only release another black tortoise Luotian cover to defend and try to withstand the blows. Qin Xiang's fists were not idle, and he was not just blindly defending. He had cast the White Tiger Divine Fists, which resulted in a white tiger head appearing on each of his fists. Drawing support from the slaughtering heart, he released monstrous slaughter qi, which managed to deter Xiao Chou by sending a constant amount of spiritual pressure upon him. Use the Ice Spirit Devil aura. It will freeze his mind, and he will feel like he's in a world of ice and snow. Bai Yu suddenly said. Her ice-cold's voice stirred Qin Xiang's mind. An intelligent gleam twinkled in his eyes. Qin Xiang secretly infused the Ice Spirit Devil aura into the rainstorm of punches. That kind of bizarre power was rather concealed, which was a kind of spirit attack. If the victim was under the influence of the Ice Spirit Devil aura for a long period of time, the victim's mind would be affected and feel extremely cold. It was a formidable devil technique which could freeze the other person's spirit. Qin Xiang rarely used these techniques. If he had not gotten Bai Yu's consent, he would not have dared to use it in front of so many people. Xiao Chou continuously countered Qin Xiang's White Tiger Divine Fists with his own powerful blows. Watching the white tiger head on Qin Xiang's fist scattered from his punch, he felt rather satisfied. He disdained Qin Xiang's blows, but he still had been enveloped by the slaughter qi released by Qin Xiang. He felt a little afraid, like Qin Xiang was a G. Oh, D of Slaughter who was on the verge of awakening. Both of them were vying for dominance with quick but powerful punches. The accompanied qi waves made the barrier hum and sent continuous tremors through the ground. Although the momentum of the White Tiger Divine Fists was shockingly powerful, Qin Xiang's punches were defeated again and again by Xiao Chou's punches which contained Herculean true qi, sending Qin Xiang continuously into a retreat. Evidently, Qin Xiang's true qi was a lot weaker than Xiao Chou in a straightforward battle. However, no one noticed the slightly weak Ice Spirit Devil aura accompanying Qin Xiang's punches. After drilling into Xiao Chou's body, it didn't hurt or tickle him, so he simply ignored it. Bit by bit, the aura slowly mulatted within his body. At the beginning, he hadn't felt anything, but after some time he felt a bit chilly. He only suspected that Qin Xiang was using freezing cold true qi when attacking, which was why he didn't pay a particular attention to the feeling. In Xiao Chou's opinion, there was no need to be afraid of this kind of cold. With his powerful body, he would very soon be able to eliminate this trifling coldness. Qin Xiang had still not exerted his complete strength yet. Otherwise, with his devil techniques, Xiao Chou probably would have long been destroyed by Qin Xiang. How could the devil techniques imparted by Bai Yu be compared with other devil techniques? Qin Xiang, wait till this little rascal is nearly collapsed from the torture of the Ice Spirit Devil aura. At that moment, I'll lend you my entire power. That way, when he is defeated, the square will also be destroyed. This will force Xiao Ziliang to pay 10 billion to that seductress. Long Xue naughtily said, Who told Xiao Ziliang to send this annoying bee? ASTARD, who is making this Granny Long very angry. Qin Xiang groaned. Granny Long, every time I borrow your power, my body has always been tormented afterward. Forget it. Well, how about this? When you are going to use your strongest attack, I'll secretly add half of my power. My power will ignore this bull's HI plus T barrier, and that way you will easily destroy the square. Xiao Ziliang will probably get a heart attack. Long Shui exclaimed with excitement. She could not wait to get started. Would that work? Qin Xiang asked. In his heart, he too was secretly excited. 10 billion crystal stones could indeed make Xiao Ziliang vomit blood. Of course, my dragon power is very mystical. It won't have to go through your body for me to release. Moreover, it will not be found out by another person. However, you still need to cooperate with me, Long Shui proudly said, seeing this little greedy dragon feeling elated because she was about to cause destruction. Qin Xiang was speechless in his heart. He felt he needed a good opportunity to educate this little girl, or else she would bring chaos to the mortal world when she grew up. That would be very catastrophic. Qin Xiang still had not digested a major part of the 5 elements true elemental Dan. The 5 elements true elemental Dan could supply a lot of true qi of 5 elements. Qin Xiang felt as if he had an inexhaustible supply of true qi. He punched even more fiercely and quickly. Xiao Chou felt increasingly colder. Although he was 600 or so years old, he was usually cultivating his own mystical, Herculean, true qi. He was not knowledgeable regarding other stuff, so naturally he didn't realize his soul was already being eroded by the cold. At this point, even if he went inside a furnace, he would still feel incomparably cold. Noticing Xiao Chou's power constantly weakening, Qin Xiang knew the ice spirit devil aura had already seeped into Xiao Chou's soul, which would slowly erode his soul, rendering him unable to control his own terrifying strength. Sister Yu, your devil technique is extremely formidable. Are you sure no one will find out? Qin Xiang was pleasantly surprised, but he was still a little worried. Don't be afraid. It was only because the ice spirit devil aura is too strange and strong that it was incorporated as devil techniques. By itself, the aura is not insidious. It's just that the righteous sects will not accept the use of devil techniques, like the engulfing devil techniques. Bai Yu dismissively said. She felt a little happy from Qin Xiang's praise of her devil techniques. After all, Qin Xiang rarely had the chance to utilize these devil techniques in public. The dragoness prowess. Fingerfox Qin Xiang was not as powerful as Xiao Chou, but as he was ASHI plus into cultivator in regards to divine sense, Xiao Chou was not as good as him. That was why he could successfully inject the ice spirit devil aura into Xiao Chou's soul, thereby freezing his mind. Xiao Chou only felt inexplicably cold. He could not understand why Qin Xiang, who was a powerful alchemist, could actually have such a terrifying, cold true qi. According to general consensus, an alchemist should have very strong flames. Both of them mindlessly punched at each other. Whenever Qin Xiang sent a punch, it was matched by Xiao Chou. At the same time, Xiao Chou took the opportunity to counterattack by infusing the Herculean true qi in his punches, counterattacking Qin Xiang's punch with his punch. The speed of their punches was extremely quick. The onlookers could only catch a glimpse of numerous flickering after shadows of punches. At the beginning, Qin Xiang was forced to retreat after retreat. But now the speed of Qin Xiang's retreat was getting increasingly slower. And finally he came to a standstill, which made everyone slightly surprised. Originally, they believed that Qin Xiang would be the first one to tire himself out and finally be defeated by Xiao Chou, because from the get-go Xiao Chou's imposing manner had been sufficient to defeat Qin Xiang. The Herculean true qi in Xiao Chou's body was still very rich. It was just that he was feeling too cold. He felt his body was a little out of his control. He wasn't able to unleash his complete strength. His speed and strength both had been weakened by a lot. Qin Xiang secretly felt proud. However, he still felt it was still lacking, because Xiao Chou has yet to completely collapsed. He wanted this arrogant little P.R.I.C.K. to be completely powerless to fight back from torture, and finally be defeated by Long Shui's strongest power. To let him know why flowers were so red, and to let him know how ridiculous he was for claiming himself as a descendant of AG. Oh, Xiao Ziliang had also noticed something, but he didn't know what had happened. He believed Xiao Chou should not have consumed his power so quickly. Tang Yichao, Yu Jiangling, and the others upon watching this secretly felt happy. In the beginning, seeing Xiao Chou's strength, they believed Qin Xiang would lose without a shred of doubt. But now Chen Xiang, instead, had the potential to win. When they had lost against Qin Xiang, they didn't want to see Xiao Ziliang win. If that happened, it would make them feel uncomfortable. What in the L did that little rascal did? How can that little brat become so weak? Lu Menger eyebrows twitched. These deans had a very sinister vision. They realized something was wrong, but they still could not understand. At this time, Chen Xiang infused even more Ice Spirit Devil aura, which sent Xiao Chou on the brink of collapse. However, his counterattacks were still somewhat powerful, which made Qin Xiang admire him. Both of them had been fighting for a long time. Initially, Qin Xiang had been suppressed, but now Qin Xiang had perfectly reversed the situation. Much to everyone's surprise, now Xiao Chou was forced into retreat after retreat, because Xiao Chou's counterattack had weakened a lot compared from the start. Yet, Chen Xiang's power had been just the same. Evidently, there was something wrong with Xiao Chou, accredited to which Chen Xiang could last a little longer than Xiao Chou. Little rascal, no matter how good you think you are, there is always someone out there that is better. Qin Xiang ridiculed. Qin Xiang, don't use your cold power. Xiao Chou was choking up with anger. He felt inexplicably cold, which rendered him powerless physically, even though his spirit was willing. A powerless body could not be controlled. He could only helplessly watch himself getting suppressed to death by the enemy. Qin Xiang sneered and said, "Don't talk nonsense. If you've guts, then don't use your Herculean true qi, and then fight with me." Freezing power? The deans were suddenly shocked. This made it even more incomprehensible for them, because from the beginning, they had not sensed Qin Xiang using any cold true qi. Chen Xiang is definitely using some martial technique. Otherwise, why would Xiao Chou plus for occasionally? It must be from cold. Apparently, that little rascal, Xiao Chou, is feeling cold all over his body. Lien Yingxiao doubtfully said he had seen and experienced many things, yet he had never heard of this kind of martial technique. Exactly at this time, the speed of Xiao Chou's punches went down a little. As the white tiger head on Chen Xiang's fist landed upon Xiao Chou's little face, he uttered a blood-curdling scream. Apparently, Qin Xiang had put everything in his fist. Little rascal, I'll let you experience father's true strength, Qin Xiang said with a laugh. Qin Xiang suddenly let loose his full strength. Whether it was his speed or his strength, both of them had substantially increased. The brutal, white tiger divine fists ruthlessly landed upon Xiao Chou. Although the punches appeared to be random, they all struck upon Xiao Chou's body, such that that small body was suspended in the air from the blows. Watching Xiao Chou being ruthlessly ravaged by Chen Xiang's brutal punches, everyone was secretly clucking their tongue. Terrifying tigers' roar resounded one after another, reverberating everywhere. The echoes in the sky gave off the impression as if a flock of ferocious tigers was fiercely wrestling each other. Now, Qin Xiang's white tiger divine fists were not only extraordinary. When they landed upon Xiao Chou's body, the bizarre ice spirit devil aura directly seeped into Xiao Chou's body, and in a very large amount. Now Chen Xiang had successfully destroyed Xiao Chou's firm with the ice spirit devil aura. It ravaged Xiao Chou's spirit. Xiao Chou felt as if he was in a land of ice and snow filled with deathly cold qi. This brat, what in the BL did he do? Hua, Xiang Yue's pretty eyes twinkled. Although Chen Xiang's reversal wasn't sudden, it was still difficult to comprehend. Xiao Ziliang was extremely anxious. Xiao Chou was his ace, yet he'd been defeated by Qin Xiang in such a way. Almost there, If Xiao Ziliang stopped the fight, then all will be for nothing. Long Shui hastily said. She was very much looking forward to the combined blow of her and Qinxiang. Use the heavenly dragon seal. Smack this little rascal on the ground. Long Shui shouted. Heavenly dragon seal. Not to mention it would be cast along with Long Shui, which would be extremely frightening. Will this kill him? Although this little rascal is a little arrogant, he is also from the Herculean family. He is just young and ignorant. Qinxiang asked, The Herculean family is not so weak as you imagine. Otherwise he would have already died. You just need to release your divine sense and fuse together with my divine sense. Then leave the rest to me. I'll cast the most powerful heavenly dragon seal. It will be completely different from yours. Long Shui replied. Qinxiang, while beating Xiao Chou, followed Long Shui's instructions. Very soon, his divine sense fused with Long Shui's. What took him aback was that everyone's situation inside their body was in his panoramic view. Besides a S of clouds inside the dantians of a few deans, it was difficult to see. For the others, he could see everything clearly. Everyone caught sight of Qinxiang's slightly moving lips, as if he was saying something. That was the chant of the heavenly dragon seal. However, it was being completed by Long Shui. This chant was different from what Qinxiang had read before. It was extremely complex. Qinxiang could clearly feel in his body the insanely surging true qi and the booming spiritual energy. In his body, an extremely complex spirit pattern was being created. What is this brat going to do? Gu Dongchen hastily retreated a couple of steps and looked up at the sky. Everyone also found the sky densely covered in dark clouds. The spirit qi above the fragrant city was now surging above the square. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The clouds surged as if a terrifying beast was tearing the sky, falling upon the mortal world. Xiao Ziliang and the others had long heard of Qinxiang having many powerful martial techniques, but this was the first time they got to see it. The Furious Dragon's Retribution. The Furious Dragon's Retribution. Fingerfox Qinxiang's punch sent Xiao Chou flying. Xiao Chou was indeed from the Herculean clan. After Xiao Chou had experienced such an attack, he still was able to open his eyes and ruthlessly stare at Qinxiang. Meanwhile, Xiao Chou was getting up. He heard Long Shui's tender snort before 4 white dragon claws suddenly emerged from the ground, tightly clutching Xiao Chou's arms and feet, forcing him to lay on the ground. In the sky, the tyrannical spirit qi began to surge, accompanied with a fierce gale of wind and the occasional rumbling of the lighting. It gave off the impression as if a storm was approaching. Some people only thought it was a coincidence. They didn't believe Qinxiang would have the rain and the wind at his beck and call. However, the deans sensed the power gathering up in the sky. Even in their dreams, they had never thought of the existence of such fearsome martial technique, which could gather the heaven and earth spirit qi to attack. Xiao Ziliang felt far from good. At this time, he noticed Xiao Chou's arms and feet tightly clasped by 4 white claws from the ground. Not good. Xiao Ziliang just thought of stopping the fight. He noticed a glaring white light flash. H.I. plussing out from the tar-black sky, densely covered in dark clouds, accompanied by a deafening roar. It was as if the world has been shrouded by a dragon's roar. It felt as if a dragon was tearing the sky and was going to appear in the mortal world. The deans were all deeply shaken by this kind of momentum. Heavenly Dragon Seal. Furious Dragon's Retribution. In Qinxiang's mind resounded Long Shui's tender shout before a huge white dragon suddenly tore open the dark clouds. The dragon had its head pointed down as it charged downwards. The dragon only appeared for an instant before the dragon's head fiercely ran into the ground, directly colliding with Xiao Chou's young figure. Quickly jump! Gu Dongchen thunderously roared. After the white dragon fell from the sky, like a lightning strike, straight down bombarding upon Xiao Chao's body, then merged into the ground. Suddenly, many fissures appeared on that huge square in the blink of an eye. Those huge, yet thick bricks were all suddenly smashed into pieces. Now the square was like a small lake tossing fiercely up and down. Waves upon waves of dust and stones began to appear. The whole square was submerged in dust. Many people even jumped into the air to avoid the fierce turmoil. When they landed upon the square had been turned upside down. In some places the ground had been raised like small mounds, and in some, many fissures had appeared. It looked really horrible. But only one place was fairly complete. It was precisely the area where the 4 Nirvana realm martial artists had laid down the barrier. However, the bricks on the ground had all been destroyed. Qin Xiang stood there, gasping for breath. Xiao Ziliang stared dumbfoundedly. He felt giddy watching the whole scene. At this time, someone had started shouting curses, as people started to crawl out of a thick layer of dust. Some people released their strength and attacked from deep within the ground, to let others know and rescue them. Xiao Ziliang's complexion looked far from good. More than half of the square had been ravaged. His eyes were filled with killing intent when looking at Qin Xiang. He could not wait to immediately rush over to Qin Xiang and pound him to death. But he didn't dare to, not to mention, even if he tried he wouldn't succeed, because Gu Dongqin was watching over him. Tang Yichao and the others were also extremely shocked. They were all quite confident regarding their barrier. After all, it was jointly laid down by 4 people. But the square was still ravaged like this. In their heart, they were all secretly excited, because Xiao Ziliang must compensate this debt. Hua, Shangyue, and Lu Menger, from the beginning to end, had been watching very clearly from the top of the tower. Although the square had been ravaged, Hua Shangyue was flushed red from happiness. From the beginning, she had not hoped for any compensation, for the 4 Nirvana realm martial artists had jointly laid down the barrier. She only wanted Xiao Ziliang to give a guarantee, so as to avoid any accidents. And now the accident did occur. Moreover, much to everyone's surprise, the entire square had been ravaged, and it was all Qin Xiang's work. 10 billion. Not to mention, the square would only cost $1 billion or so to reconstruct, that's all. Hua Shangyue felt she made a fortune. Qin Xiang was turning pleasing to the eyes the more she looked. She could not wait to swoop down to hug Qin Xiang and give him a kiss. I won, quickly, pay me. Qin Xiang was also stunned for a while, because the heavenly dragon seal cast by Long Xue had been too terrifying. In particular, after the furious white dragon materialized from the energy, pierced through Xiao Chou, it ignored the barrier on the ground and deeply entered the ground before the explosion of all the energy, which led to the destruction of the square. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming hastily landed behind Qin Xiang, because Xiao Ziliang had already been SHI plus veering from anger and was releasing a terrifying pressure. Hua Shangyue also quickly swooped over, stood next to Qin Xiang, and dismissively said, Xiao Ziliang, you must keep your word. My square is now destroyed like this. Xiao Ziliang now felt a mouthful of blood was stuck in his throat. He wanted to vomit, yet it won't come out. He very much wanted to attack. He would not hesitate to obliterate Qin Xiang. But now Gu Dongqin, Wu Keiming, and Hua Shangyue were all here. If he attacked, Gu Dongqin and the others too would retaliate. At that time, he not only would not be able to kill Qin Xiang, he may very well fall instead. Qin Xiang slightly smiled and very magnanimously said, Senior Xiao, I'm sorry. Although it was me who had destroyed the squared, you must be held accountable for it. So be it. I only want you to pay me 100 million crystal stones. Hua Xiangyue was going to get 10 billion crystal stones. He is definitely going to get his share. In the face of that, short 100 million was nothing. At this time, Tang Yichao and the others one by one walked over and threw a storage pouch to Qin Xiang, then quickly took their leave. They were worried that Xiao Ziliang would borrow from them. The true martial sect, the beast martial sect, and the proud sword sect had given Qin Xiang a total of 500 million. That was equivalent to 100,000 true elemental dawn. Although they were extremely unhappy, they could not help but concede. Chun Xiang's strength was truly heaven-defying. Moreover, behind him was Gu Dongqin, who was extremely strong too. This time he had also helped the Danxiang Taoyuan's dean. Hua Xiangyue earned 10 billion crystal stones. She would certainly regard him as a treasure and protect him. After considering that if they continued to struggle with Chun Xiang, even before the big storm had arrived, their sect would definitely be obliterated by the extreme martial sect, they decided to wait until the big storm had settled. They must quickly develop their sect well before the arrival of the upcoming big storm. After this trouble, Chun Xiang's reputation would once again be pushed to the pinnacle. Such a terrifying young man would certainly become the pillar of the extreme martial sect. Everyone believed that there was a great possibility of Chun Xiang becoming the next extreme martial sect's dean. Hua Xiangyue gave Xiao Ziliang a breath of respite. She was worried that Xiao Ziliang in his anger would do something. By then she would never get to see her 10 billion. Xiao Ziliang continuously took deep breaths for a while. Only after that he felt a lot better. He had lived for a long time. For the first time he had been angered to death, and it was not an exaggeration. When the dean's position had been taken over by Huang Jintian, he had not suffered this much. And all this was caused by Chun Xiang. I currently don't have so much. I will pay you in installments in 50 years. Every year I will pay you 200 million. I never said I will give it all in one go. The free immortal sea established by Xiao Ziliang was still very young. He also knew the big storm was about to come. If he paid it in one go, his free immortal sea's coffer would be emptied. For these deans 50 years was simply nothing. Hua Xiangyue also had a sense of propriety. She knew she could not force too quickly. Anyway, Xiao Ziliang's people were still here. He could not run away. The 10,000 years old spirit milk. The 10,000 years old spirit milk. Fingerfox Xiao Ziliang paid Chun Xiang 100 million. Originally it was 200 million, but Chun Xiang had exempted him 100 million. This decreased his hatred of Chun Xiang a little. Looking at Chun Xiang's face, Xiao Ziliang could not help but associate it to that madman, Huang Jintian. He could not help but feel terrified. He realized Chun Xiang definitely had some relation with Huang Jintian, yet he didn't voice it out. Hatred begets hatred. Xiao Ziliang still had a sense of propriety. He was quite aware of the fact that Huang Jintian had been sealed in the extreme martial sect's forbidden land was just a disguise. If Huang Jianqin was angered, that would have very serious repercussions. Xiao Ziliang also paid 200 million worth of true elemental dawn to Hua Xiangyue, then picked up the perplexed Xiao Chou and left. He just wanted to quickly return and sleep like a log, forget what had happened today. In his eyes, Chun Xiang was a little madman. Although still in adolescent phase, he deeply dreaded his potential. Finally, I can relax. With this, I have severed the past enmities of the sect. In the future, they should not trouble me again. Chun Xiang's laughter resounded for a while. Brett, you should be tired. Let's head back to the extreme martial sect. Gu Dongqin said, he cannot return yet. He still doesn't know how to use the 10,000 years old spirit milk. I have to carefully explain it to him. Hua Xiangyue said, if it's all right with you, I can bring him back to the extreme martial sect later. Gu Dongqin was secretly jealous of Chun Xiang. When he arrived, he came with Lu Menger. During his return, he would be with Hua Xiangyue. He now realized not only Chun Xiang's potential was extremely good, his luck with the opposite EX was not bad at all. First and foremost, Lu Menger and Hua Xiangyue were both Blee girls who were in a prominent position. It was very rare for any man to be placed in their eyes. Then I'll have to trouble you, Gu Dongqin said, then pulled out some disciples buried under the rubble. Besides Zhu Rong, Yun Xiaodao, and the others, a row of people had all quickly jumped into the air. That was why they had not been buried. When Wu Keiming had pulled Zhu Rong out, Chun Xiang and the others started laughing. Finally, Yun Xiaodao and the others followed Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming to the extreme martial sect. Hua Xiangyue told some Danxiang Taiyuan's disciples to look for the buried people. None who had arrived here were ordinary people. They could definitely remain alive for some time. Chun Xiang arrived at the 22nd floor of the Danxiang Tower. Lu Menjie, realizing he was safe, also took her leave. However, when he arrived at the floor, he could still smell the lingering fragrance of Lu Menjie. Danxiang's dean, I helped you earn 10 billion crystal stones. How are you going to thank me? Chun Xiang said, giggling. After he knew Hua Xiangyue was the Danxiang Taiyuan's dean, he wantonly molested her even more, because he thought it would give him a great sense of conquest in molesting a dean within such a prominent position, in particular a character like Hua Xiangyue. Naturally, Hua Xiangyue was very grateful to Chun Xiang. She tenderly laughed and said, "How about I repay with my body?" While speaking, she began to undress. As her white robe fell off, only a layer of white muslin wrapped around her bountiful chest came into Chun Xiang's view, outlining her exquisite figure. Her slender waist and her clearly visible collarbone were soul-stirring to Chun Xiang. Chun Xiang could not help blush red. He hastily said, "Forget it. I've got a wife. Don't seduce me." Seeing Chun Xiang like this, Hua Xiangyue was a little disappointed. "Pooh, then why did you lay your hand on Menjie? She is your wife's teacher. You little rascal is really bad, gaining both master and apprentice." Hua Xiangyue teasingly smiled and said, "Then put her clothes back on." Chun Xiang also did not explain. He spread his hands and said, "Quickly teach me how to use the 10,000 years old spirit milk. I want to quickly return to the extreme martial sect." "Humph, do you find me annoying? Don't you want to get together with me?" Hua Xiangyue tenderly snorted and said. She intentionally revealed a sad expression on her charming and moving face. This appearance appeared to be very delicate and touching, making others feel the urge to love her tenderly. "How could I? But I have important things to do. If I find sister annoying, I wouldn't have helped you earn so much," Chun Xiang hastily said, although he knew Hua Xiangyue was just pretending. He still felt that this woman clearly knew how to seduce others. Hua Xiangyue-sen. 1. G. He read. No wonder Menjie had been S.N.A.T.C. Head by you, little rascal. It seems you truly are skillful. This sister is beginning to like you, but unfortunately I don't have a beautiful apprentice. In the face of this woman-bold seduction, Chun Xiang remained indifferent, but he was still extremely grateful to Hua Xiangyue. If not for her intentionally making him draw a tattered furnace, he would not have gone another level forward on the great Tao of alchemy. Sister Xiangyue, I deeply appreciate your kindness during the alchemy tournament. Otherwise, I would have not progressed so fast. Thank you. Chun Xiang spoke sincerely. Seeing Chun Xiang's face filled with smiling expression, Hua Xiangyue felt warm. She felt she had not liked Chun Xiang in vain. She giggled and said, "Dear brother, it's nice that you can understand sisters my pain. However, you truly surprised me. You have unexpectedly learned refining simulation technique. Sister Xiangyue, your eyesight is truly good. You actually noticed that." Chun Xiang was also taken by surprise. At any rate, sister is still a top alchemist of the Qinwu mainland. Naturally, I've noticed it. However, maybe you, little rascal, will surpass me. Hua Xiangyue smiled and said, "Next." Hua Xiangyue began to teach how to use the 10,000 years old spirit milk. What caught Chun Xiang by surprise was that the 10,000 years old spirit milk was unexpectedly extremely similar to the golden dragon saliva. However, its ability to accelerate growth was a lot stronger. If you pour a drop on a tree, it could make the tree quickly grow by 1,000 years. However, his golden dragon saliva would at least require more than 100 drops to do the same. The 10,000 years old spirit milk is extremely rare. My Danxiang Taiyuan also doesn't have many. You better treasure it. Hua Xiangyue exhorted. And I intend to help Sister Menjie gather the herbs for refining the resurrection dan. By then, I'll seek sister's help in refining it. I want to give her a surprise. Don't tell her." Chen Xiang mysteriously said. Hua Xiangyue was slightly surprised for a moment. She didn't expect Qin Xiang to actually have such feelings. She found Qin Xiang's and Lu Menger's feelings ran extremely deep, which made her slightly envious. She had known Lu Menger for a long time. They would occasionally talk about a man and a woman feelings, however. She didn't expect Lu Menger to fall in love first, moreover, fall in love with her apprentice's man. "Sister, is the Danxiang Taiyuan is established by you?" Qin Xiang asked in low voice. "But of course. I'm extremely formidable, right?" Hua Xiangyue proudly smiled and said, "You're really formidable. I really regret not receiving you as my maidservant, alas." Qin Xiang, while speaking, had a look of remorse. Hua Xiangyue giggled. At that time I knew you'd come to regret it. If you still wish to, I'm still willing to be your maidservant." Qin Xiang was taken aback. He asked, "Really?" "Of course, it's true. I have already said it before. I definitely want to be your maidservant." Hua Xiangyue mischievously smiled and said, "It looked like a joke, yet not. Let's put it off for some time. If I have you as my maidservant, Sister Menger, and Xian Xian will be jealous. However, I'll consider it." Qin Xiang smiled and said. Upon hearing his answer, Hua Xiangyue gave him a grim look. "You're quite shameful. Just a while ago you were regretting. Now you don't want to." Hua Xiangyue said with a pout, then grabbed Qin Xiang and flew out the window. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in the outskirts of the fragrant city. Re-entering the Forbidden Land. Re-entering the Forbidden Land. Translator by Ash edited. Fingerfox Qin Xiang secretly grabbed Hua Xiangyue's beautiful hands. Hua Xiangyue was pulling Qin Xiang and leaped continuously. She moved so fast that Qin Xiang was gasping for breath. Hua Xiangyue didn't even consider his feelings. Like this, she returned Chen Xiang to the extreme martial sect. When Chen Xiang had been thrown in front of Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming, he was left unrecognizable. His hair was a mess, his clothes were tattered, and his complexion was a little pale. "I've safely brought the brat." Hua Xiangyue dropped the sentence, then angrily left. Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming was a little surprised. They didn't know why Hua Xiangyue was angry. They speculated that Chen Xiang must have angered Hua Xiangyue. Naturally, Chen Xiang was aware of why Hua Xiangyue was angry. However, he still could not understand for what reason she was furious about. Was it because he had not accepted her as his maidservant? Once Chen Xiang returned, he had been brought to a private room by Wu Keiming and Gu Dongqin. They appeared to be very cautious, even in the extreme, martial, mysterious realm. From looking at their appearance, it was clear that they wanted to talk about something very confidential. "What is it? Speak quickly. Don't you know that an alchemist's time is very precious?" Qin Xiang lazily said. He was a little tired. He wanted to take a good rest, and then plant some plants and flower and refine some dawn. Gu Dongqin replied, "Young martial uncle, Xiao Ziliang was used to be that old madman's rival. But now he has established the free immortal sea. I'm worried that he is plotting something. That's why we want you to go and ask that old madman so that we can know a little more about Xiao Ziliang. I'm sure he'll be very interested in this matter." After hearing that he had to look for his mad master, Qin Xiang suddenly felt his whole body was wrapped in an inexplicable pain. Last time when he had come out, he swore that he would not ever return to that place. "Why don't you go?" Qin Xiang snorted. Although he had spent some little time with his master, Huang Jintian, he was extremely clear regarding his master's temper. If he went to Huang Jintian, he must suffer some torture for a while. That old madman was quite proficient in torturing. He would not let you die or be seriously injured. Yet he would never let you forget. He would ingrain a lifelong fear into you. You are his apprentice. As such, you are closer to him. Moreover, the big storm is about to arrive. You have to ask him his opinion." Gu Dongqin forcefully smiled and said, Speaking of going to the old madman, he and Wu Kaming very much dreaded him. It was quite obvious they too had suffered no little torture in his hands. Wu Kaming smiled wryly. To tell you the truth, whenever we are preparing to cross the Nirvana tribulation, we will go to the old madman. In regards to crossing the Nirvana tribulation, he is extremely knowledgeable. Gu Dongqin heaved a long sigh. In his eyes a sliver of fear appeared. After all, he had crossed so many tribulations. He must have gone to Huang Jintian many times. The outcome can be imagined. Little Bald, when you are going to cross the Nirvana tribulation, why not ask your dean? Why go to the old madman? Do you want to get tortured? Qin Xiang asked, Do you think I've some screw loose? If Dean can help me solve the problem, why would I do such stupid thing? Wu Kaming heaved a sigh and said, Lu Menjur was going to cross the Nirvana tribulation. He initially intended to ask Gu Dongqin to share his experience with her, but now it seemed to be useless. Why can little Featherhead not solve your problem? Qin Xiang persistently asked, Because everyone's Nirvana tribulation is a lot different. I can only tell what to pay attention while crossing the Nirvana tribulation. But that old madman could most likely predict which Nirvana tribulation he is going to experience. This is also his big secret. Not to mention, he must be cursed by heaven, because he is divulging its secrets. Gu Dongqin suppressed his voice and said. Qin Xiang, in his heart, was surprised. He didn't expect his mad master to actually be so formidable. This ability was truly heaven-defying. How does master predicts? Qin Xiang asked. This I don't have any idea. When my master was ascending to the heavenly realm, he quietly told us that if we want to smoothly cross the tribulation, it is better to find that old madman. He can make sure that we can at least have 80% chance to smoothly cross the tribulation. Gu Dongqin shook his head and said, 80% chance. This not only scared the HELL out of Qin Xiang, but it was also similarly true for Su Meiyao, Bai Yuyu, and Long Shuai, all three of them. After all, when crossing the tribulation, many martial artists didn't even have 10% chance to cross the tribulation successfully. Young martial uncle, you still have to go see the old man. After all, he has the mysterious power to predict things. Gu Dongqin said. Qin Xiang nodded his head. No problem, but let me rest for a day. I'm worried that I cannot withstand the torture. With Qin Xiang's agreement, Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming both felt extremely sentimental. At this time, they both gloatingly looked at Qin Xiang. The next day, Qin Xiang followed Gu Dongqin and Wu Kaming deeper into the extreme martial mysterious realm. In addition to the extreme martial sects, 3 Taik, and others could not arbitrarily enter this place. There were still a lot of secrets inside the extreme martial mysterious realm. So far Qin Xiang only knew of the Forbidden Land imprisoning Huang Jintian. There were many other places where he could not casually move around. Looking at the deep, bottomless, huge pit, Qin Xiang summoned up his courage and jumped inside. Ha ha ha! Little rascal, why have you come? You've truly surprised me. Oh, have you reached the 5th level immortal and devil body? Well, you also have a fire spirit. Little guy, you can indeed make others jealous. Huang Jintian looked just like before. His white hair was disheveled, his whole body was dirty. However, his sharp eyes instead projected a strange aura. The bottom was a little bright. Upon noticing his despicable master who had been kept here for so long, he secretly pitied him. Master, I can have such good luck is all due to your elder's blessing. Qin Xiang mischievously smiled and said, if he flattered him a little, he thought he would be tortured a little less. Huang Jintian smiled like a naughty child. Upon seeing his smile, Qin Xiang could not laugh, but rather had an urge to cry. Come, let your teacher have a good look. While speaking, those skinny hands of Huang Jintian were like lightning, pressed upon Qin Xiang's shoulder, which was followed by waves of blood-curdling screams. Upon hearing Qin Xiang's screams, Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming had their scalp tingling. They too had once shouted just like this, not to mention so many times. Qin Xiang felt as if he was being carefully cut by Huang Jintian, piece by piece. His body as if had been squeezed by that powerful true qi flowing inside Huang Jintian from every direction. Not bad, not bad. Your brat has grown faster than I have expected. Ha ha ha! With the burst of that nauseating Huang Jintian's maniac laughter, finally Qin Xiang's L-like torture had come to an end. It had been nearly 2 hours. Quickly get up. Don't waste time. You must cultivate. Huang Jintian kicked Qin Xiang's waist. Qin Xiang powerlessly moaned, Master, apprentice can't even move, even if I want to. Let your apprentice rest a little. I've heard this sentence many times before. You've said it, your senior brother had said it, your senior brother's apprentices had also said the same. Hey! But at last I could finally prove they all lied because they could move. Huang Jintian said, before he released his power, making the pleading Qin Xiang suspend in the air. Pain once again spread throughout Qin Xiang's whole body, which forced him to immediately howl. He shouted, I can move, I'll cultivate. Foretell! Finger Fox, after Qin Xiang came down, he simply didn't have the chance to ask any question. Occasionally he would almost get the opportunity to ask, but Huang Jintian acted as he had not heard anything. In a flash, 3 months went by. Just about right, brat. Your foundation is almost solid. You've progressed too quickly. Although you have timely consolidated your cultivation, it was far from enough. In the future, you better make time to come here. Otherwise, you can forget to compete in the heavenly realm. Huang Jintian looked solemn. Now, he didn't have that maniac look. Instead, he gave the impression of a strict master. Under the hands of Huang Jintian, Qin Xiang had to suffer torture for 3 months, but he still forcefully laughed and said, Thank you, master. Your apprentice will follow your teachings. Anyway, little guy, you're definitely not going to come to this old man. The question that you wanted to ask before, ask it again. Huang Jintian scoffingly said. Qin Xiang awkwardly smiled and asked, Master, do you remember Xiao Ziliang? He has now established some free immortal sea. Some time ago, he had been maliciously swindled by me. Now I'm worried that he might take his revenge because I've made him lose a lot. So, I would like to get some information about him. Next, Qin Xiang described the incident of the Fragrant City Square in detail. After Huang Jintian finished listening, he immediately burst into his maniac laughter. You don't have to worry. Although Xiao Ziliang is a little narrow-minded, he isn't that bad. He is not stupid. He should have definitely noticed that you're my apprentice. Even if that B-A-S-T-A-R-D borrowed the galls of 10,000 dogs, he wouldn't have the courage to take any action against you. He would not even dare to make a move on the extreme martial sect. Bulls. H-I plus T free immortal C. He had established it almost to vent his anger. Although Huang Jintian was insane, his words were extremely trustworthy. This made Qin Xiang heaved a sigh of relief. Xiao Ziliang is a very timid guy. I think after crossing his 7th nirvana tribulation, he dares to come and flaunt his prowess. But he had not expected Little Featherhead to have already crossed the 8th tribulation. Although Xiao Ziliang had lived a good-for-nothing life, if he could make it till now, then that is something to commend. From our era, not many are still alive. Most of us have vanished during their nirvana tribulation. Not even their ashes were left. Huang Jintian gave a long sigh. Qin Xiang now realized nirvana realm martial artists were not so omnipotent. At least, they dreaded the nirvana tribulation. Xiao Ziliang is rather formidable in laying out arrays. If you need to, you can directly go to him. Looking at my face, he will certainly help you. Huang Jintian slightly smiled and caressed his greasy beard. Qin Xiang was secretly pleased to have such a strong master. He thought if his master were not a maniac and had some kindness, he would be perfect. Every time he would come down, it would not feel like descending into Hell. El Master, you can prophesize, right? I would like to ask you about someone who is going to be crossing the Nirvana tribulation. Qinxiang asked, Who is it? Her name is Lu Menger. She is the Empress of the Divine Weapon, Heavenly Empire. Right, before it was used to be called the Divine Weapon Sect. Qinxiang quickly replied, waiting for Huang Jintian's reply, a look of antic. P-ation hung upon his face. A sliver of strange light flashed past those deep eyes of Huang Jintian, that divine couple's daughter. Nice, brat. Are you hooked up with her? She is in Nirvana realm. Brat, your luck with the opposite S. X have even surprised me, your master. Qinxiang wryly smiled and replied, Fairly ordinary, master. Do you know her parents? I knew her father and mother. They were characters from my era and even stronger than me. That couple was very strange. Everyone felt they were unlike the natives of the mortal world. In short, you hooking up with their daughter is a good thing. She is but my apprentice daughter-in-law. Hey. Huang Jintian patted Qinxiang's shoulder, smiled, and said, You're something. Qinxiang already knew Lu Menger's parents were extraordinary, but he had not expected that Huang Jintian also did not know the exact details of them. Wait a bit, I'll calculate for you. While speaking, Huang Jintian extended his arm before a Tai Chi yin and yang diagram emerged above his palm. His eyes also gradually turned into intertwining black and white like a rotating Tai Chi diagram, while the yin and yang Tai Chi diagram above his palm quickly started rotating. Watching the Tai Chi diagram upon Huang Jintian's palm, Qinxiang was extremely astonished. In particular, after noticing a mess of texts appearing on the Tai Chi diagram, he even more felt unimaginable. 3 days and nights had gone just like this, yet Huang Jintian continued to remain in the same state. Qinxiang waited patiently. Although he didn't know how Huang Jintian was going to do it, he knew Huang Jintian must have some fortuitous encounter. Only then would he came into possession of such ability. Huang Jintian opened his eyes. The small and exquisite Tai Chi yin and yang diagram above his palm turned into a little yin and yang ball. He frowned and said, That little girl's Nirvana tribulation is unexpectedly so frightening. Could it be she have some powerful thing inside her? Qinxiang nodded his head and replied, Master, she has a purple-colored fire spirit, an unusual fire spirit. Not only does she have a fire spirit, but she should also have something with fire attribute. Her fire spirit should have fire and cold attribute. Huang Jintian said, Lu Menger had the fire spirit and the vermilion bird, tender thread, both of which were powerful things. Now, Qinxiang couldn't help but admire his master. Much to his surprise, he had guessed both. Qinxiang nodded his head. Just as he wanted to speak, Huang Jintian stopped him. Don't tell me what it is. You give this to her. Make her fuse it with her mind. The rest she had to see for herself. Huang Jintian handed the yin and yang ball to Qinxiang. He sternly exhorted. Inside it are the details of the events she has to face during her tribulation, aside from the heaven and the earth. Only she and I can know. Once it is leaked out, it will not be accurate. Qinxiang nodded his head continuously before he stored the yin and yang ball safely. Master, how did you do it? I want to learn. Qinxiang was a little excited. The refining simulation technique was a little similar to predicting the future. However, it was used to predict the future events in the alchemical furnace, rather than predicting the future events of the world. Huang Jintian shook his head. You cannot learn this. Otherwise you'll die. Although the possessor of yin and yang divine vein could learn this secret method, ordinary people don't have the life to offer as a price. This technique will shorten its user's life. But as your master, he cannot die. He is fearless. Qinxiang was surprised for a moment. He suddenly felt his teacher was one mysterious guy. Unexpectedly, he could not die. Brat, Do you still have some questions? Huang Jintian patted his head and slightly smiled. I do. I want to ask when the big storm is going to arrive. Also, what is your opinion regarding this? The big storm was the great battle of the three realms. He was also very concerned regarding this. When Chen Xiang started asking this, Huang Jintian's eyebrows were tightly knit. For a long time he didn't speak anything, he looked solemn. Huang Jintian was dignified. He didn't have the appearance of a maniac, which clearly indicated that what he was going to say and do was imperative. Chen Xiang too didn't urge, but waited patiently. Since you have obtained the black tortoise adamantal armor, then you should have the ability to go that place to get something similar. That thing will be useful to you. While speaking, Dino's where in Huang Jintian's hand appeared a piece of cloth, upon which he quickly painted, which soon took the form of a map. The Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise. The Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise. Fingerfox, hi guys, I've been back home for a month-long trip. Now you can expect stable release of the chapters. Here is the long-awaited sponsored chapter, which I've been putting on hold for a long time. This chapter is sponsored by Agnishwar Chowdhury and ISA Al-Musalam. Thank you for your support. Huang Jintian quickly drew the map. After handing it over to Qin Xiang, he said, You have to go the 100,000 Devil Mountain. When you have arrived there, take out this map. It should allow you to find the way to get the Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise. Much to Qin Xiang's surprise, the Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise was yet another divine exercise. Since coming down here, Su Meiyao, Bai Yuyu, and Long Shui turned silent. They seemed to be worried about being found out by Huang Jintian. Moreover, they all faintly felt Huang Jintian, this strange old, had sensed their existence. After cultivating the Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise, it will let you have the Suppressing Devil Yuan Qi. This Suppressing Devil Yuan Qi can integrate with your true Qi for dealing with demons and devils. For these two existences, it will be a lot more fatal. The Suppressing Devil Yuan Qi is not so easy to learn. However, I believe that you'll be able to learn. Huang Jintian explained. Qin Xiang doubtfully asked, Master, do you know the Subduing Devil Divine Exercise? That is the 100,000 Devil Mountain. Isn't it very dangerous? Brat, you even dare to come down here, still afraid to go to the 100,000 Devil Mountain? Huang Jintian scoffingly said, The Subduing Devil Divine Exercise is only useful for dealing with the natives of the demon and devil world. For dealing with the martial artists of the human world, it is completely useless. When the big storm arrives, the martial artists of the demon and devil world will come running. The Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise will play a crucial role in fighting them. Qin Xiang stuck out his tongue. If the great battle of the three realms was not going to happen, naturally, no one was going to learn this useless martial exercise. The whereabouts of the Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise is handed down by the extreme martial founding father. Even little Featherhead is not aware of it. You just have to go to the 100,000 Devil Mountain. Although it is a little dangerous, you will not have any problem in dealing it. The great battle of the three realms is nothing to joke about. It is very cruel. Not to mention, you, with your little abilities, even the Nirvana realm martial artists would fall in large numbers. Huang Jintian sighed and said. Qin Xiang heaved a bitter sigh because he was unexpectedly caught up in this storm. Not to mention, he still didn't know when it was going to arrive. If there is nothing else that you want to say, then quickly get the H-E-L-L out. Don't waste my time, Huang Jintian said. Right? Keep in mind, don't say anything about the Suppressing Devil Divine Exercise to Little Featherhead and the others. It will be useless for them to cultivate. They're not suitable to cultivate this martial exercise. Chen Xiang didn't have enough time to say goodbye. He had been kicked up once again by Huang Jintian. Little Bald, I've returned alive. Qin Xiang, lying down on the ground, looking at the bright sunlight, laughed and said, Martial uncle, congratulations for your safe return. Wu Kamingtu laughed and said, He was waiting here for 3 months. They couldn't help but admire Qinxiang. Much to their surprise, Chunxiang could stay down there for so long. In the past, he and Gu Dongqin at most could just stay there for 1 month. Chunxiang told Gu Dongqin and Wu Keiming about Xiao Ziliang before he returned to the extreme Dan King courtyard to take care of his spirit herbs. He had left 3 months before to partake. 1. P. 8 in the Danxiang Taiyuan Grand Meeting, and once again in the Forbidden Land, he had spent 3 months with Huang Jintian. In this half-year, he often produced the golden dragon saliva. Now he had already saved up a lot. Chunxiang intended to use it to nourish the resurrection S, and the 9 elemental flower. Moreover, he planned to use the 10 drops of the 10,000 years old spirit milk. He wanted to grow more resurrection S, and the 9 elemental flower quickly. Your teacher is very formidable. He should be from the undead family, which is a mystical family with infinite life. And also the family members also have the yin and yang veins, which is even more Astonies. Plussing. Long Shuai exclaimed again and again before she finally dared to speak. In the future, he can indeed become a legendary character, but hiding here is also ingenious. Su Meiyao said. Chunxiang quickly asked, "Have you heard of the suppressing devil divine exercise?" It is the bottom-most skill among the 10 ancient bizarre exercises. Neither it is hard to practice, nor can be said to be overly useful, besides being helpful in dealing with the natives of the demon and the devil world. It does not have any other uses. Bai Yu said, Chunxiang in his herb garden planted the resurrection S, and the 9 elemental flower, before cautiously pouring the golden dragon saliva upon them. The resurrection S can grow S seeds, and the 9 elemental S could grow flower seeds. However, both need to be 10,000 years old. As long as they can grow these seeds, you can use these seeds to plant a bunch of them. It takes 5,000 years for them to mature. Su Meiyao said. She also had an understanding of the dragon saliva exercise. In the past, they had done this kind of stuff a lot of times. They were quite experienced in this. 3 days Pa'a said. A significant amount of the golden dragon saliva was used to water the resurrection S, and the 9 elemental flower before they were able to breed seeds, after which each of them produced 10 seeds. The resurrection S, and the 9 elemental flower can now be planted here by using these seeds. The spirit SES and flowers can grow infinitely. Moreover, the more they grew, the better they will be. Your azure profound tree is an example. Su Meiyao said. Chunxiang was secretly excited. He quickly planted the 5 resurrection S, and 5 9 elemental flower. Then Chunxiang used a significant amount of golden dragon saliva for watering, and soon the whole golden dragon saliva had been consumed. He had produced the golden dragon saliva for half a year, yet it didn't take him half-month to finish it. At this time, he had no choice but to use the 10,000 years spirit milk, because the 5 resurrection S, and 5 9 elemental flower were soon about to mature. So long as they mature, he could give it to Lu Menger. But he only had 5 white jade lotus seed, and he needed 1 for planting. However, he could replace it with the HELL spirit SS. This way, he would have 5 set of the resurrection Dan's herbs. Once again, 2 days had passed, said. Chunxiang had already run out of the 10,000 years spirit milk. Although he had completely consumed the golden dragon saliva and the 10,000 years old spirit milk, he was instead feeling very excited because Chunxiang had successfully grown the resurrection S, and 5 9 elemental flower. Both of them were the essential herbs for the resurrection Dan. If he had a little more time, he could even grow a lot of white jade lotus seed. Chunxiang had been holed up inside his herb garden. No matter who came to him, he had not gone to greet them, until he was finished with his business. He felt strange because Elder Dan had not appeared till now, as if Elder Dan had suddenly disappeared. Although she said she was going to seclude herself for a long time for training, Qinxiang still felt a little uncomfortable. When Elder Dan was present, he would not feel so bored. He could hara that mysterious and powerful girl all day. The resurrection gra. The 9 elemental flower, the white jade lotus seed. These were the main herbs for refining the resurrection Dan. Qinxiang divided into 5 sets and placed them into 5 small jade boxes. In one box he used some HELL spirit gra. S to replace the white jade lotus seed. He just walked out of the extreme Dan King courtyard and planned to make a trip to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire to see Lu Menger. He saw Wu Keiming hastily flying towards him. Wu Keiming, without speaking a word, grabbed Qinxiang and flew towards the elder courtyard. It was as if there was something urgent. "Stinking brat, you've made us wait for good several days." Gu Dongqin, upon seeing Qinxiang, said immediately. Inside the elder courtyard there were 10 people. He didn't recognize any of them, but he could sense that they were powerful true realm martial artists. Much to his surprise, they were all in 9th level true martial realm. "Dean, I'm going to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire to find someone. It is very crucial," Qinxiang said. He wanted to hand over the herbs to Lu Menger quickly. Even more so, Huang Jintian's prediction of her nirvana tribulation was still in his hands. The 100,000 Devil Mountain. The 100,000 Devil Mountain, a ballistic bunny, and finger fox. Gu Dongqin was confused. Qinxiang was going to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire to find someone. He already knew Qinxiang and Lu Menger were very close, even to the point that they allied together to swindle him off of his crystal stones. However, Xue Xianxian was Qinxiang's wife. Qinxiang might be visiting her, and there was nothing wrong with that. "Wait here. The divine weapon Heavenly Empire's Empress will arrive soon. You can just go with her. Now, I want to tell you something very crucial. After you've listened to it, you can go and pack your bags," Gu Dongqin said. Qinxiang nodded his head. "I think all of you should know about the catastrophe. Only the core disciples in selected sects are rather clear on this matter. The catastrophe is sure to come. However, you can't reveal it to others yet. Otherwise, the entire world will descend into chaos," Gu Dongqin said. At this moment, 10 other elders arrived. To be more accurate, the catastrophe is also known as the Great Battle of 3 Realms from legend. You should not be unfamiliar with this, especially since this period has been recorded down very fiercely. Wu Keiming said, after the 10 9th level true realm martial artists heard this revelation, plus ran down through their entire body. They had already associated the catastrophe with the great battle of the 3 realms, but it had yet to be confirmed. But now, according to Wu Keiming, it was all true. Unfortunately, there is a merged entrance in the Qinwu mainland, which is where the demons and devils would come. As such, our Qinwu mainland is under a lot of pressure. Gu Dongqin heaved a sigh and said, Qinxiang learned from Long Shui that he was in the mortal martial world. Among the various mortal worlds, this world was rather large. The mortal martial world had boundless sea and many mainlands. The Qinwu mainland was a rather prosperous mainland. Not only the population was rather large, it has a sect with an incredibly long history, the extreme martial sect. But an emerging point for the demon and the devil world happened to be on the Qinwu mainland, which was the sole entrance to the entire mortal martial world. It is said that the merged entrance was also in our Qinwu mainland last time around. However, that is a matter from 100,000 years ago. To be specific, the entrance is said to be at the 100,000 Devil Mountain. Gu Dongqin once again stated, which made Qinxiang's heart pound. After all, he was preparing to go the 100,000 Devil Mountain. Last time when it merged, Experts from various mainlands of the mortal martial world had gathered here. Together, they had resisted the demons and the devils pouring in from the demon and the devil world. At that time, the battle was incredibly tragic. Many prominent experts of the mortal martial world had died, not to mention the loss of a lot of precious martial techniques, alchemy techniques, and so forth. And this history is going to be repeated. Listening to Gu Dongqin, everyone knew that this time around it would surely be very miserable. Even Nirvana, realm martial artists would fall, not to mention them, these little disciples. You're going to make a trip to the 100,000 Devil Mountain. You are going there to note the situation. Now, the situation of the 100,000 Devil Mountain is dangerous. The last time it was a brutal battlefield. The death of so many martial artists gave birth to the existence of souls, and now their power is gradually increasing. If the Pa-S Sage opened in advance, it will be absolutely impossible for the natives of the Chinwu mainland to resist the enemy. We Nirvana realm martial artists are going to contact the experts of various mainlands overseas and ask them to come here. Then we will hold a hero convention of the mortal martial world. Chen Xiang had always thought of 100,000 Devil Mountain as a sinister mountain. But much to his surprise, it was the legendary battlefield where the grand battle between the human world and the demon and the devil world took place 100,000 years ago. He now realized why Huang Jintian asked him to go there to take that thing. Chun Xiang was rather more concerned with the hero convention. At that time, experts from other mainlands would arrive. After all, the mortal martial world was vast. There were many mainlands. Surely, the visitors would be enormous in number, and also a lot of them would be powerful. You just have to observe the situation. There are already many strange situations that had arisen in the 100,000 Devil Mountain. So long as martial artists above the 9th level of true martial realm went there, wild shrieks and howls would burst forth. Even if we are concealing our cultivation, it is still no good. I once thought of forcefully entering it, but felt a very powerful resistance. Moreover, it also gave rise to earthquakes. Now various sects are sending 9th level true martial realm martial artists there to take note of the situation. That's why after you have arrived there, you have to be a little careful. If you encounter something you cannot resist, you have to retreat. Gu Dongqin's final words were particularly heavy. He didn't want to sacrifice his disciples. Elder Wu, first take these 10 to the 100,000 Devil Mountain to understand the situation. Let themselves adapt to the devil chi there. Chen Xiang had already been to the southern wasteland, so it is not necessary for him. Qin Xiang, you come with me. Gu Dongqin left with Qin Xiang and came to a secret residence. Chen Xiang was only in the 5th level of the true martial realm, but Gu Dongqin was sending him to the 100,000 Devil Mountain. There was definitely an underlying reason behind it. Young martial uncle, you have to go to the 100,000 Devil Mountain. Are you afraid? Gu Dongqin asked. He knew that, as an alchemist, Qin Xiang must have had a lot of things to do. Gu Dongqin felt a little guilty about sending Qin Xiang to such a dangerous place. Naturally, I'm not afraid. Clearly tell me what you have to say. Chen Xiang indifferently replied. Even if Gu Dongqin had not asked him to go, he would have gone. He needed to go and acquire the suppressing devil divine exercise. Okay, the situation inside the 100,000 Devil Mountain is incredibly strange. I suspect that the residual power of souls are being gathered and are used by someone in an altar to do something like the situation before, thereby in which they will create a fearsome barrier, rendering us Nirvana realm martial artists unable to enter. Gu Dongqin looked solemn. He said in a low voice, "If you can't find anything, set it on fire and incinerate everything there. I know young martial uncle's flame is extraordinary. It is full of extreme yang and unyielding. It should be extremely lethal towards devil chi." Qin Xiang nodded his head. He just had to set fire on the mountain, that's all. As far as the 100,000 Devil Mountain was concerned, he was not a little bit afraid. He was only rather concerned about how useful the suppressing devil divine exercise would turn out to be, and if it would also prove to be tough to learn or not. "I'll go alone. Don't let the other senior brothers enter too far. To tell you the truth, when I went to the master, he told me to pay attention to the 100,000 Devil Mountain especially. He also requested me to head deeper and record the situation there. He said I could probably handle this." Chen Xiang, after some thinking, came up with a reason. This way he could act alone. Gu Dongqin was shocked. He knew Huang Jintian could foresee future events, which was why he readily believed this spun-up tale. "Good, I'll go greet the other sects. Lu Menger is coming here very soon. She should be coming for the junior sister." Lu Menger soon arrived. Her face was covered with a black muslin and was completely garbed in black clothes. Dressed in black, she appeared to be relatively inconspicuous. She shouldn't have come for Elder Dan, but rather Qin Xiang. Gu Dongqin found it a little strange. After all, why would Lu Menger come for Qin Xiang? But he didn't ask anything and simply let Qin Xiang take Lu Menger to the extreme Dan King courtyard. This was the first time Qin Xiang had been alone with Lu Menger in the extreme martial sect. He could not help but have his thoughts wander. Only Qin Xiang and Lu Menger were present in the extreme Dan King courtyard. Even Wu Qianqian was not there at the moment. She was receiving training in the King Martial courtyard. She was not like Chen Xiang, who had so many ways to elevate his strength. "Sister Menger, you actually came to visit me." A mischievous smile was hung on Qin Xiang's face as he gave a cup of tea Lu Menger. Suddenly he kissed her face. Lu Menger felt extremely shy. Although it seemed like there was no one here, she still didn't entirely trust that. After all, it was still the extreme martial sect. Hopeful Nirvana. Hopeful Nirvana. Fingerfox this chapter is sponsored by ISA Al-Musalam and Cornelius Delaco. Thanks for your support. Lu Menger gave a twist on Qin Xiang's waist. She angrily said, "Little rascal. Sister Menger, last time, you left very quickly and didn't give me the time to show my skill. It was really a pity." Qin Xiang disappointedly sighed. Certainly, Lu Menger had seen Qin Xiang's performance, and she was taken aback. She now had a deeper understanding of Qin Xiang. She softly said, "According to Xiang Yue, brat, you really did stir up trouble this time, which ended up in you annoying Xiao Ziliang." Qin Xiang simply laughed and said, "I'm not afraid of him. Forget that. Tell me, what made you come to me? Is Gu Dongchen sending you to the 100,000 Devil Mountain? I came to stop him. It's very dangerous to go there now. Even though you're very powerful, you must not go. You must obediently cultivate." Lu Menger stood up and with her beautiful hands caressed Qin Xiang's face. Last time, the southern wasteland was very dangerous. Moreover, the Devil Path guys might be inside. I'm worried about you. Realizing that Lu Menger was so concerned about him, Qin Xiang felt touched. He smiled and said, "Sister Menger, you don't have to worry about me. Even if he had not sent me there, I would still go." Hey, forget about that. I have got a gift for you." Qin Xiang pinched Lu Menger's face, then mischievously smiled while taking out 5 jade boxes and placing them on the table. He said with a mysterious smile, "Sister Menger, I had worked hard for several months to get these things." Lu Menger reckoned there were herbs inside. Chen Xiang had stayed in the Forbidden Land for 3 months. During this period, she had visited extreme martial sect for Chen Xiang twice. However, Gu Dongqin told her that Chen Xiang had gone into closed-door training. Lu Menger opened the first jade box. The moment she opened her eyes, Resurrection, GRA, the 9 elemental flower, and a white jade lotus seed came into her view. However, she wasn't surprised because Chen Xiang himself had a white jade lotus seed. He had already said that he was going to give it to her. She was moved. In the past, she had refused because she felt it was more important for Qin Xiang. The white jade lotus seed, if directly eaten, was still very useful. Noticing the affectionate look in Lu Menger's eyes, Qin Xiang scratched his head twice. An honorable empress was looking at him with such expression. His face was flushed red. He was extremely excited. Looking at his appearance, Lu Menger sweetly smiled and said, "Little rascal, you keep it for yourself. You're an alchemist. It is rather more useful for you." Chun Xiang, with a mysterious look, continued, "There are still more. Continue looking." Lu Menger was secretly curious. What other gifts has Chun Xiang prepared for her? She opened the other jade box. This time she was stupefied, because yet again it was the resurrection GRA. The 9 elemental flower and the white jade lotus seed. Those were the 3 most important herbs for refining the resurrection dan. Gathering a complete set was tough, not to mention 2 set. The resurrection dan was a high-grade earth-level dan, which in the Qinwu mainland was incredibly rare. Lu Menger could not understand how Chun Xiang got the herbs. She looked at the mischievously smiling Chun Xiang in shock. Much to her surprise, Chun Xiang once again indicated her to continue opening the other jade box. After Lu Menger had opened the 3rd jade box, she was completely stupefied, because she found yet another set of herbs for the resurrection dan. Her voluptuous bosom was heaving up and down. She was really touched. Chun Xiang gifts were too expensive. At this time, she felt Chun Xiang's deep feelings for her. After she had calmed down, she continued opening the 4th box. This time she was already prepared, but inevitably she was still surprised with another set of herbs. She was sure that the final box would also have the same. After she opened the 5th box, she closed her eyes, took a long deep breath. Yet again, she was presented with 3 main herbs for refining the resurrection dan. However, the HELL spirit GRA S had replaced the white jade lotus seed. Chun Xiang walked over, hugged the enthralling moist-eyed beauty, and gently said, "I don't want to lose you. You have to successfully cross the nirvana tribulation." Lu Menger also tightly embraced Chun Xiang, placed her face on Chun Xiang's chest, sighed, and asked, "Little rascal, you knew? These are 5 resurrection dawn if Hua Xiangyue did her best. It should be enough. You don't have to worry too much about it later. Now you'll definitely be able to cross the nirvana tribulation." Chun Xiang encouraged her. "And the nirvana tribulation really had me horrified. You'll understand it later. I just didn't want to make you broken-hearted, so I was avoiding you." Lu Menger said in a low voice. Chun Xiang smiled and took out the yin and yang ball that was given by Huang Jintian to her, within which was something regarding what would occur during Lu Menger's nirvana tribulation. "What is it?" After Lu Menger had seen it, she asked with a frown, "Take it and integrate it with your mind. For this thing, I had suffered a lot of bitterness." Chun Xiang was speaking the truth. Lu Menger guessed it was an inheritance bead-like thing, with which one could learn some powerful martial technique. She immediately followed Chun Xiang's suggestion, took the yin and yang ball, and released her divine sense. In a moment, the yin and yang ball disappeared, as an entirely surprised look manifested upon her face. This is... Lu Menger was left speechless from shock, because now she evidently knew what she was going to face in her 7th nirvana tribulation. If she knew this, it would be a lot easier to face it. The nirvana tribulation was frightening in one regard, and that was you didn't know what kind of tribulation it was. Even if you had the ability to face it, you would be tortured to death by the various suddenly coming tribulations. "Don't speak." Chun Xiang quickly stopped her. "You are not allowed to say, only you can know." Lu Menger immediately nodded her head. She suppressed her voice and asked, "Little rascal, ultimately what is your relations? I plus P with Huang Jintian? I've been told by my parents that he can predict things about the nirvana tribulation." Chun Xiang had been imprisoned inside the famed forbidden land of the extreme martial sect, and Huang Jintian was always inside the forbidden land. She had also noticed that Chun Xiang happened to have a yin and yang divine vein. By putting the 2 together, She had been sure that Chen Xiang had some relation with Huang Jintian. Chun Xiang just sighed. Lu Menger also lightly sighed. Rest assured, I'll definitely protect you. Lu Menger was now sure Chun Xiang and Huang Jintian were master and apprentice. She was very clear about Huang Jintian's matter from the past because her mother and father had once mentioned it to her. Sister Menger, I've given you so many gifts. How are you going to thank me? Chun Xiang, with one arm, tightly hugged Lu Menger, while a lascivious smile appeared on his face. Lu Menger's beautiful face slightly turned red. She closed her eyes, gradually raised her head, and silently started kissing Chun Xiang. Initially, Lu Menger intended not to meet with Chun Xiang until she had crossed the Nirvana tribulation. But once she came to learn about the 100,000 Devil Mountains matter, she had been anxious that Chun Xiang would go to investigate. Lu Menger simply could not sit still. She immediately came to find Chun Xiang. But much to her surprise, Chun Xiang was instead worried about losing her during the Nirvana tribulation. At this point, Lu Menger was completely open. She affectionately kissed Chun Xiang. Lu Menger herself didn't know how long she and Chun Xiang had been kissing. She suddenly felt an arm kneading her bosom, as if an electric current went through her tender body, and she couldn't help but shake. She instinctively drew back. Little rascal, you are getting increasingly lewd. From whom have you learned this? Lu Menger angrily said. Who taught him? Chun Xiang thought this was obvious. Why would he need someone else to teach him this? He thought a woman's bosom was originally for a man to touch. Otherwise, why would they grow so big? Moreover, also feel so good to touch. The catastrophe's mouth. The catastrophe's mouth, Fingerfox and Moxie Lu Menger, seemed not too knowledgeable with regards to things between a man and a woman. Although she knew that some things would naturally happen, she had yet to prepare her heart. She was confused on how to face this, after all. She and Chun Xiang were currently having an affair. Moreover, she was also hoodwinking her own apprentice. Thinking of this, Lu Menger's mood turned very complicated. She was worried that she would be hated by Xian Xian. Noticing the blush on Lu Menger's face suddenly disappear and replaced by a helpless look, Chun Xiang realized that Lu Menger was thinking of something. Sister Menger, I just wanted to touch your rabbits. I could not bear it anymore. I'm sorry, Chun Xiang said with a lascivious smile on his face. He didn't want Lu Menger to keep on thinking about those complicated things. Although he too was in a complex relations. Hi+P. This was very sinful. Lu Menger pouted again and again. She lightly rammed her delicate fist on Chun Xiang's chest. Little rascal, you rascal. You can never mention this again. Seeing this high and mighty queen turn into such a shy woman, Chun Xiang was filled with emotions. He grabbed Lu Menger, held her, and made her sat on his lap. Sister Menger, how are Xian Xian and Yulan? Chun Xiang turned a little honest. Otherwise, this beauty would be out of his embrace. Those brats are cultivating in the forbidden area of the Icewind Valley. They should be out before the start of the hero congregation. Lu Menger leaned on Chun Xiang's chest and played with a white jade lotus seed. Where did you get these herbs? Especially the white jade lotus seed. It can only be found in the Lotus Island. In the past, Lian Yingxiao was chasing me, so I had been reluctant to buy it from him. Chun Xiang informed Lu Menger about his fight with Lian Chongyin. He also gave her 3 fire dragon blood lotus. Lu Menger was delighted. One was for her, and the other 2 for Xue Xianxian and Ling Yulan. Sister Menger, you must be a little kind to those girls, Chun Xiang said. Both of them are my apprentices. They are like my family. Naturally, I'll be good to them. You should be a little careful in the 100,000 Devil Mountain. Lu Menger realized Chun Xiang must have some other reason to visit the 100,000 Devil Mountain. And no matter what, she couldn't stop him. However, she was still worried. Chun Xiang caressed her face, smiled, and said, Give me a kiss. I may be gone for some time. Lu Menger bowed her head and whispered, You're not allowed to touch. After she had finished speaking, she raised her head, wrapped her arms around Chen Xiang's neck, and the two began kissing each other again. At night, Chen Xiang sent Lu Menger out of the extreme Dan King courtyard. Just as Lu Menger left, D knows where Gu Dongchen jumped out. Young martial uncle, why did Lu Menger came looking for you? She had come for you a couple of times already. Gu Dongchen curiously asked while staring at Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang had not expected that Lu Menger would so boldly come for him. He was unable to think of some good reason. She came to discuss some things about my wife, also there is the matter of disappearance of the secular world. A sad look appeared on Chen Xiang's face. The disappearance of the secular world had indeed worried him, because his father was still there. Oh, you know about the secular world? Don't worry, it has only disappeared temporarily. However, you would not need so much time to discuss these, from noon till night. Gu Dongchen was deeply suspicious of Chen Xiang's and Lu Menger's relation. Chen Xiang forcefully coughed. Little Featherhead, why are you TC-ing so much? Young martial uncle, you have to answer honestly. Last time, when you sold the building foundation Dan, wasn't Lu Menger intentionally raising the price? Thinking of this, Gu Dongchen was burning in anger. Chen Xiang knew that he could not hide this affair any longer, because during the auctioning of the elemental spirit Dan, Lu Menger was intentionally raising the price against you, Jianglin. That was because I wanted to earn some crystal stones. Who asked you to act so destination toot in front of me? Think of it more as your martial Uncle Punies. Plussing you. Chen Xiang emphasized on the martial uncle. Gu Dongchen snorted in a low voice. I don't believe that you and Lu Menger can be so close just because she is related to your wife. Such a proud woman to do that kind of thing. And she even came looking for you, not only once, but twice. Little Featherhead, if you dare to speak any more nonsense, I will ask the old madman to straighten you up. Chen Xiang quickly interrupted Gu Dongchen. Gu Dongchen had not grown old just like that. If he still couldn't notice their relation even after all of this, then he had lived for nothing. Getting such a big reaction from Chen Xiang, Gu Dongchen ambiguously smiled. Young martial uncle, you're so awesome. Lian Yingxiao, that handsome guy, no matter what he did, he still failed to get his hands on her. Yet she had been obtained by you. How in the L did you succeed? Chen Xiang realized that Gu Dongchen had noticed his and Lu Menger's relations. Hi+P. He calmed down and dismissively said, This is your martial uncle's charm. I did not use any means. Now that I don't need to conceal anything from you, Hua Xiangyue, that little bee, H is always pestering me. But as you know, I have a wife, so I've refused her. Didn't you see, last time she brought me back, she happened to be angry? Seeing Chen Xiang's flamboyant appearance, Gu Dongchen could not help but grind his teeth in secret. In his heart he thought, she is wasted on this piece of garbage. Is there no G? Oh, D. Keep it a secret. If you speak of this to anyone, you'll live the rest of your life in the shadows of that old madman. Chen Xiang words proved to be useful. ASHI plus for a fear hit Gu Dongchen. Huang Jintian was his nightmare. He quickly nodded his head. Although Gu Dongchen found it absurd that an honorable empress would hook up with the little rascal, Chen Xiang, however, after thinking of himself and Wu Caming acting all respectful to Chen Xiang, he didn't find it strange. But he still couldn't forget the fact that an extraordinary and prominent beauty had been taken by Chen Xiang, and this disturbed his mind. What was even more sinister was the fact that both master and apprentice had been taken by Chen Xiang. It's really unfair. Gu Dongchen was walking on the road, and he could not help but let out a light sigh. Chen Xiang knew that if he immediately went to the 100,000 Devil Mountain, it would be extremely dangerous. That was why he planned to enter the 6th level of the true martial realm before going. He now had 9 5 elements true elemental Dan, which for him was enough to enter a new stage. After going through the L training of Huang Jintian, his foundation had already been solidified. He now realized that if he quickly wanted to progress using Dawn, he must often pay a visit to Huang Jintian to consolidate his cultivation. Otherwise, it would be detrimental to him. The great battle of the 3 realms spread to every world of the 3 domains, the human domain, the devil domain, and the demon domain. The natives of the demon and the devil world were rather aggressive in nature, large in numbers, as well as stronger. They would certainly be Rus, H-I, plus Ing to the human worlds. The Qinwu mainland was a gateway for the demon and the devil world. All the Nirvana realm martial artists were under enormous pressure. The residents of the Qinwu mainland were leading their normal life. They were totally oblivious to the brutality of the imminent catastrophe. Even if they knew about it, they were under little or no pressure. To stop the disaster, the human world could only rely on the powerful martial artists. Step into the Devil Mountain. Step into the Devil Mountain. Hi guys, happy Valentine's Day. Sorry for the delay. I was struck with a viral fever and was hospitalized with no access to my computer. Sorry for the inconvenience. With regards, Ash, and once again enjoy your date with your Valentine. Chun Xiang felt that it was very difficult for him to step into the 6th level of the true martial realm now. He had swallowed 9 5 elements true elemental Dan. Although they could provide him a large amount of true qi, it was far from enough. After arduously compressing the endless amount of true qi, he was only successful in lighting up 40 true elemental grains. Chun Xiang needed to light up 50 true elemental grains every level. Only then would he be able to break through to the next level. Now he was still short by 10 grains. In the later stages, he would need a larger amount of true qi to compress. Without any choice, Chun Xiang had to eat all the building foundation Dawn in his hands, and even a large amount of true elemental Dawn. Otherwise, he would be unable to break through in such a short time. He was in possession of so many resources, it was already a stonies. H-I plussing. After all, the others relied on sect distribution for their resources. As for searching or earning on their own, it needed a lot of time, not to mention it was too risky. After 10 days, Chun Xiang had used a large number of Dawn and finally broke through to the 6th level of the true martial realm. During the breakthrough, he felt the power coursing through his body. Not only was his true qi a stonies, H-I plus ingly vigorous than the past, even his body was a little stronger. However, he had consumed all of his building foundation Dawn and the 5 elements true elemental Dan, and an astounding number of true elemental Dawn. These past 10 days, he was eating Dawn like taking his meals. He now came to realize why the formidable true martial realm martial artists in a sect were all very old. Because only someone like him, who could eat Dawn crazily, can advance quickly. The sect even more so didn't have so many resources, which they still had to uniformly distribute among other disciples. After calculating for a while, Chun Xiang realized that he had surprisingly consumed 20,000 true elemental Dawn in these 10 days, which were equivalent to 1 million crystal stones. Yet their potency was not as good as the 10-5 elements true elemental Dawn. If he was not so anxious to enter the 6th level of the true martial realm, he would not have been so prodigal. After spending about half a day in his herb garden, Chun Xiang left the extreme Dan King courtyard. After notifying Gu Dongchen, he quietly left for the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Disciples of many other sects had already went to investigate, but much to no avail, they had no results. Even Gu Dongchen, like martial artists, had no way to go deep into the 100,000 Devil Mountains. They would be forcefully blocked. Evidently, there was a very powerful array, or some barrier-like thing inside. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was spread on a vast piece of land. The Devil Province was also just around it. The natives of the Devil Province were all a bunch of devil path martial artists who very much yearn for the Devil Domain. They were the group of people who had received guidance from the natives of Devil Domain and cultivated the Devil Path. The Devil Province was next to the sea and connected to the divine weapon Heavenly Empire and the Proud Sword Sect. After Qin Xiang left the Tianmen city, he entered a deserted forest and turned into a small bird using the 72 transformations before flying towards the divine weapon Heavenly Empire. Even though he was a little slower after turning into a bird, it was relatively safer. Although the other sects had declared that they were not going to hold him responsible for the past deeds, and even the bounty has been removed, but he still had to be vigilant. And not to forget, those devil path martial artists hated him to be the very bone. He needed to be even more careful. After turning into a bird, he had nothing to be afraid of, even if he encountered some storm or anything, because he could utilize the power of true martial realm 6th level to fly, which was completely different than an ordinary bird. Little rascal, are you going to look for Sister Menger in the divine weapon Heavenly Empire? Long Shui tenderly laughed and said, even though she appeared to a little girl, her brain was full of evil thoughts. No, I will probably not be able to restrain myself and turn into a bird and peek at her bathing. Qin Xiang completely laid out his mind, especially when turning into a bird and peeking at her. This idea had been lingering in his mind and wouldn't go away no matter what, because, to be honest, it would be extremely easy. This dragon is going to be watching you. You better not use this sacred spiritual power to do perverted things. Long Shui tenderly snorted and said, little dragon, aren't you doing perverted things too? Qin Xiang said in contempt. After 6 days of continuous flying, Qin Xiang finally flew over the divine weapon, Heavenly Empire. It was a small town near the 100,000 Devil Mountains. The residents of this town found it strange that a bunch of people would come from time to time. However, they didn't know that there was something strange brewing inside the 100,000 Devil Mountains. The 100,000 Devil Mountains was the entrance to the human world which the demons and devils used 100,000 years ago. There were as many as 100,000 mountains here, which had been covered in the blood of many demons and devils. Even many devils and demons had been buried here, and hence its name was 100,000 Devil Mountains. Qin Xiang flew high in the sky. Far away, a large piece of land was shrouded in white mist, rendering it difficult for anyone to see. It can be said to be an ocean of mountains. All kinds of strangely shaped mountain could be found here. It looked very spectacular, especially looking at it from high in the sky. Many of the mountain were so high that they were piercing through the sky. Even clouds weren't able to stop their reaches. It's just the outer ring of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. That's why you can't see any devil chi fluctuations whatsoever. These mountains are spread in quite a big area. You will need to fly for at least half a day before you could cross the outer ring. Long Shui said. Qin Xiang flew low, searching for the trail indicated on the map that was given by Huang Jintian. Very soon he found a camel-like big mountain, which was the very marker indicated on the map. After finding the marker, he could finally follow the route in accordance with the map. Now it was just a matter of time before he could finally find the location of the suppressing devil divine exercise. If he was walking down the road open and above board, Qin Xiang would still have no problem in dealing with the strange creatures in the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He has a wide set of skills, and not to mention the heavenly sunfire spirit, which was extremely lethal to them. In case if he chose to walk deceitfully, he was even more formidable. Just take a look at it now. Who would have thought that such a small bird was a human? Especially because of this ability, he had little or no pressure at all. It was quite easy for him to fly into the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He was not here to fight, but was responsible for noting the strange things happening here, and also look for the suppressing devil divine exercise in the process. In order to have the strength to survive the catastrophe, it was absolutely necessary for him to learn the suppressing devil divine exercise. After entering the 100,000 Devil Mountains, Qin Xiang flew very quickly. Very soon he found other sect disciples. From their conversation, Qin Xiang came to know they were from the true martial sect, and also realized that they had been blindly wandering here for 2 weeks. They had not investigated anything, yet they kept complaining in being signed to do such trivial stuff. Most of the sent disciples were in true martial realm 9th level, which was the level in which they had to exert all their strength to find the opportunity to break through to the extreme state. Time for them was of the essence. Bunch of fools, they have intentionally been lured here. I reckon they will soon encounter an ambush. Plus, Qin Xiang from their conversation realized that these people had encountered an attack and were being chased along the road. Moreover, they had also killed one from the opposite party. They were up against the disciples of the Devil Path sect, and currently they had been following the blood trail of an injured devil sect disciples for a long time. As true to Qin Xiang's words, he soon found many men hidden among the trees in the vicinity of the true martial sect's disciples, just like what he had encountered in the southern wasteland. Since these guys so love to hide in the trees, I'll let them forever be buried inside it. Qin Xiang flew to a very dense tree, turned into his original appearance before taking out the demanding life devil bow. Qin Xiang did not intend to help the true martial sect's disciples because they were all 9th level true martial realm martial artists. They were more than enough to deal with these devil sect disciples. However, it was under the case that they did not find out about the ambush. Qin Xiang had already been extremely proficient in using the demanding life devil bow. He shot at a big tree. An immediate explosion soon followed Qin Xiang's shot. A mist of blood soon dispersed in the forest. The devil sect disciple hiding inside the tree had already been smashed to pieces. In next to no time, the true martial sect disciples found out. They hastily took out their weapons and became vigilant. The army of demon and devil. The army of demon and devil. Fingerfox Qin Xiang shot 2 more arrows and killed 2 men hiding inside the trees, turned into a little bird, and flew away. The true martial sect's disciples didn't know who acted secretly, but they realized the intention of other guy clearly, and that was to remind them that they were walking into an ambush and the attackers were hiding inside those thriving trees. After the ambushers realized that the true martial sect's disciples were vigilant, the devil sect disciples fled from the trees in quick succession. Just a moment ago, they had witnessed 3 of their fellow men mysteriously blown into a mist of blood, rendering their numbers too low to even deal with the true martial sect's disciples. And if the hidden assailant once again made them lose few more of them, they would be finished completely. Once the devil sect disciples fled, they left a trail behind them. The true martial sect's disciples didn't give chase. They were worried that the enemy might intentionally wanted to separate them and attack the one who was slower than the rest. That's why they all gathered around. After Qin Xiang turned into a bird, he had a clear view of everything. After discovering that these devil disciples were fleeing, he immediately followed 2 of them. Inside these 100,000 devil mountains, many strange things were happening. Now that Qin Xiang had encountered these devil sect disciples, Qin Xiang reckoned that these devil path disciples must know something. According to Gu Dongqin, inside the 100,000 devil mountains, there was something blocking their advance. Only martial artists under the extreme state could enter easily. In other words, it is similarly true for the Devil Path sect. That was why he was not afraid of encountering some powerful Devil Path type. And not to mention he was now just a small bird. By looking at the speed and the way they were shuttling around the forest, it was quite clear that the 2 Devil sect disciples were extremely familiar with the forest. As the Devil province was nearby, it was obvious that the Devil sect disciples would often visit here. The deep recess of the 100,000 Devil Mountains was very dangerous. Even those Devil Path sects type. And S didn't dare to enter. It was quite similar to the southern wasteland. Who knows what demon or devil was sleeping inside? Those devil sect disciples who ran away, after making a big round of the forest. Unexpectedly, they started to gather. There were a total of 15 men, and all of them wore a black robe and had a hood upon their heads. Their realms varied from first level to the 7th level of the true martial realm. Who the F-U-C-K attacked our people? That guy is certainly not a true martial sect's disciple. We have painstakingly spent so many days just to lure those guys, and just when we were about to be successful, some dumb F-U-C-K has destroyed our plan. A man cursed. That man must be an expert. A-S-S. Sin, we could not find his trail at all. Even his attacks were quick, yet very strong. We must return and report it to the captain ASAP. A man spoke before he started running. Others, too, started following him. Qinxiang remembered that the direction they were walking was towards the depths of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. He hesitated for a moment before giving them a chase. Although he had the appearance of a bird, he still had to be careful. After all, these devil sect disciples were all powerful experts of true martial realm. If they discovered that a bird had been following them for so long, they would definitely be suspicious. Qinxiang followed them for an hour or so. Their running speed was not so fast, as they were mainly paying attention to the surrounding. They were extremely cautious. Now they have already entered the foggy area. It was the very same mist which Qinxiang had seen from the outside. When he entered the foggy area, he couldn't find anything strange. According to Gu Dongqin, this area is covered in a sheet of dense fog all year round. Aren't the invaders from the demon and the devil world not going to attack the devil path martial artists? Qinxiang was finding it a little difficult to believe. At present, the devil path men were moving against the righteous, rather than to increase their strength. Of course not. It depends on the temperament of the demons and devils invading our world. If it was a bunch of idiots who only know how to kill, then no matter if it is the devil path or the righteous, they will kill whoever they see. But if it is a bunch of intelligent guys, then they will win over the diabolical forces of this world bit by bit and completely control the invading world. They will enslave the natives to mine the various resources of the world. Su Meiyao said, the demons and the devils would not be invading the human world for no benefits. Qinxiang came to realize why every time so many people would always die. Qinxiang followed the devil sect disciples to a well-hidden cave. Once he arrived at the entrance of the cave, he sensed a few powerful aura inside. Much to his surprise, there were actually 5 9th-level true martial realm devil sect disciples. We have been here for almost a month, yet we could not even get a single righteous disciple's hair. Let's withdraw quickly. We have almost investigated the strange things happening here. A man said in a heavy voice. After Qinxiang came to hear this, he was slightly taken aback. Much to his dismay, the devil sect disciples had already investigated the things about the 100,000 Devil Mountains. So to say, it had nothing to do with the devil path sections. What a pity! I'm afraid that the righteous guys could not even imagine that 3,000 years ago a powerful devil prince was already resurrected and was now awake, and he is the one who had arranged a powerful barrier to guard this place. And it is this barrier which is restricting the Nirvana realm martial artists to come in and ravage this place. Another guy lamented. Qinxiang was startled. If this place remained fortified till the catastrophe, wouldn't the demons and the devils invade all together and finally ravage the Chimu mainland to nothing at one fell swoop? The breach in S, P, A, C were generally not that big. The invaders from the demon and the devil world can only come slowly. You can simply attack them from the outside. But if a bunch of them gathered together, then it would be too frightening. Bai Yu exclaimed, now there is already a very small breach from which some weak demons and devils are able to pass through. A devil sect disciples once again said. This information shocked the HELL out of Qinxiang. According to Qinxiang's estimation, there was still a long time before the rift would appear. But contrary to his expectation, one was already there. After some discussion, the devil's sect disciples decided not to ambush the righteous sect disciples. They all chose to withdraw because there was still the matter of a powerful devil prince who is searching for some demons and devils who can be resurrected in order to create a demon and devil army in advance. Although there is a rift, but an extremely powerful guy cannot come over. Otherwise, the spatial force will sense him, and he will be torn to shreds. The weak creatures naturally didn't have to fear anything. You must quickly find the suppressing devil divine exercise, then by using the heavenly sun fire, ravage everything here. Those little creatures dread that kind of flames. Su Meiyao discovered it was more serious than they had imagined. No one had imagined the resurrection of a powerful devil prince. A devil prince from 100,000 years ago. Who knows how powerful he was? Chun Xiang could not even imagine. Even more so, a devil prince who could even be resurrected should not be some ordinary guy. He definitely must have some terrifying devil techniques. When he thought of this, Chun Xiang felt powerless. What made him depressed was that the suppressing devil divine exercise was hidden in the depths of the 100,000 devil mountains. If a lot of devil princes had been resurrected, then along with many little demons and devils, it was definitely going to be very difficult for him to get it. After Pa S sing through a canyon, the fog was even more denser, but Chun Xiang didn't sense any devil chi. Evidently, it was safe here. If it was some place with rich devil chi, then it would be a place where a large number of demons and devils were buried. Those weak devils coming here need to rely on the very same devil chi to increase their strength. After Chun Xiang cautiously flew for 3 days, suddenly a terrifying roar came from the front, as if hundreds of thousands of men were roaring simultaneously. This roar was filled with violence and was creepy as well as intimidating. Double-headed snake demon. Double-headed snake demon. Finger Fox from looking at the situation in his front. Chun Xiang was sure that a group of devils were sure to be present at the front. He had not imagined that there would be so many. He flew a little higher to get a clear picture of what was in his front. Initially it was some mountains, but now they had been razed to the ground. A black maw, S of something was wriggling there now. It was as thick as huckleberries. It appeared to be more than 100,000. It's the evil demons from the demon domain. Su Miao spoke in a heavy voice. The evil demon was the name for the residents of demon domain. It would be first for Chun Xiang to encounter one. Most of these evil demons were half demon and half human. Generally, they had the body of demon beast, a part of which was human. All in all, their body was extremely powerful as well as STU. Our dysprosium amidst the group of evil demons in front stood a robust man with the body of snake and head of a man. Much to Chun Xiang's surprise, this robust man had 2 heads. The majority of evil demons were of a strange or grotesque figure. However, this double-headed snake demon was rather appalling. That's a double-headed snake demon. It is one of the stronger evil demon among the various demons in demon domain, and one of the rare ones. This guy should be in Nirvana realm. Long Shui explained. Chun Xiang in the form of bird flew even higher in the sky. He thought that he would not be found out. However, suddenly the double-headed snake demon looked straight at him, which made his heart jump out of his chest. Go grab that flying bird. The double-headed snake demon yelled. Both of his mouths spoke together in an overlapping voice. Surprisingly, the voice was not only ear-piercing, it was also carrying a kind of sonic attack. Suddenly Chun Xiang noticed over 1,000 evil demons from the group flying straight at him. All of them had wings on their backs. They looked as if the body of an eagle and a human had somehow joined together. Not only were they very ferocious, but they were also Astonies. H.I. plus Ingly quick. One by one, their numbers grew at an Astonies. H.I. plusing speed. In the blink of an eye, their numbers were over 10,000. Chun Xiang was scared out of his wits. However, his speed was also nothing to joke about. He swiftly bolted down from the sky and landed inside the forest. He was planning to use the lush forest to escape. However, the hawkmen who were chasing him were also extremely violent. They crashed right into the forest. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of forest turned bare. Chun Xiang flew into a small hole inside a tree and hid there. The environment was now filled with dust and sand. Although these hawkmen were large in number, but not one of them caught his trail. The double-headed snake was quite capable. He can clearly sense every degree of temperature around him. Even if you are hiding inside the clouds, both of his heads can clearly sense your temperature through the clouds. That's why you were found out. Long Shui quickly explained, I'm now helping you in hiding by changing your temperature to be the same as the environment around you. Long Shui had just finished speaking to Qin Xiang when that double-headed snake demon started swearing. Bunch of good-for-nothings. Can't even catch a bird. Something was definitely wrong with that bird. It flew quickly as well as quite cleverly. Don't know who had sent it. Investigate us. The double-headed snake demon left only after walking in a big circle and investigating everything around here. Qin Xiang, who was hiding inside the small tree hole, let loose a big sigh of relief. The double-headed snake demon was extremely quick. In just a few blinks he had arrived here. Not to mention that he was after all in the Nirvana realm. The gap between him and Qin Xiang was large. If Qin Xiang had been spotted, then he would have been in a big trouble. It appears that it was the double-headed snake demon who had been resurrected. This guy's vitality is quite Astoni's. Plussing. These kinds of evil demons are rather proficient in playing dead. After the opening up of the rift, unexpectedly, only the creatures from the demon domain are here. It seems that the devil domain still had not overlapped with our world. Su Meiyao said. Qin Xiang could be said to be someone who had read a lot of books, yet he was still ignorant of the matters of the devil and demon domain. While Su Meiyao and Bai Yu were quite knowledgeable, even more so was Long Shui. She knew a lot more than Su Meiyao and Bai Yu altogether. After all, she had a massive amount of hereditary memories. Will the devil and demon domain join forces to deal with the human world? Qin Xiang asked. Not necessarily so. In the past, sometimes they were allies and other times they were enemies. However, they both have the same mindset, and that is that the human domain must be destroyed. Anyhow, these guys are very arrogant by nature. Just because of some disagreement, they will fight to the death with you. In the past, they had allied one time to repulse the enemies, but due to the emergence of some troubles, they became mortal enemies. In the past, the human domain often drove a wedge between them, making the demons and devils fight each other. Bai Yu replied, Qin Xiang flew out of the tree hole and flew according to the map. He had already investigated more than enough about the 100,000 Devil Mountains. Now he needed to obtain the suppressing Devil Divine exercise. Now he came to realize why these Devil Sect disciples left in such a hurry, as there were hundreds of thousands of evil demons gathered here, and each and every one of them was quite formidable. Not to mention, they possessed the unique constant eye, tushin, and strength of a demon beast. Thereby, in a battle, they held more advantages than the humans. The suppressing Devil Divine exercise was surprisingly hidden inside a cave. It was just that the cave happened to be sealed very tightly. Qin Xiang could not understand why the person who constructed this place didn't take the suppressing Devil Divine exercise with him. If so, he would not need to charge through such a dangerous place. After Qin Xiang arrived outside the mountain, he didn't directly rush inside. On the contrary, he turned into a mole and dug a tunnel into the ground. There isn't any restrictive spell inside, but there is a very rich devil qi. Does this place have some demon or devil corpse? Long Shui said. This freaked out Qin Xiang. At this point, he had already dug into a Pa-S sage inside the cave. It was pitch black here. He stretched out his hand and released the flames to illuminate the dark Pa-S sage. At this time, he could also sense the aforementioned devil qi. The devil chi here was quite strange. It was unlike anything he had encountered before in the southern wasteland. Very much different from those devil prints he had encountered. Is there really a corpse of some demon or devil inside? Qin Xiang was a little worried. Just from looking at the devil chi, he knew that the owner of that devil or demon corpse would have been an extremely powerful martial artist of his time. At least he was in the Nirvana realm. Yes, anyhow, you don't need to worry. This guy seems to be sealed. Whether he is alive or dead, that I don't know. Long Xue's words once again freaked the H-E-L-L out of Qin Xiang. But fortunately, the terrifying demon or devil was sealed, which was a big relief for Qin Xiang. When Qin Xiang arrived at the end of the cave, he arrived at the belly of the mountain, which was not only very wide in S-P-A-C, but also totally empty. At the center, there was a huge obelisk about a dozen zhang high. Qin Xiang reckoned that the suppressing devil divine exercise was buried under that enormous obelisk. He was having a hard time understanding how such an enormous obelisk came about here. When he illuminated the obelisk with his flames, the obelisk suddenly started sucking away the flames from his hands. What the F-U-C-K is happening? Much to Qin Xiang's dismay, he could not even control the release of his flames. Surprisingly, the flames were like a fire dragon overflowing out of his palm and flews. H-I plussing into the obelisk. Soon, the obelisk stopped absorbing the flames. The huge belly of the mountain also became very bright, for the gigantic obelisk was releasing an intense aura. At this time, Qin Xiang understood why the suppressing devil diving exercise could not be taken away. Because the entire exercise had been carved onto the obelisk, and the entire exercise was extremely long. The huge obelisk had many chanting formulas engraved completely on its surface. On such a sieve obelisk, the characters engraved upon its surface were just the size of a thumb. Not to mention all four sides of the obelisk was completely packed with such small characters. One could imagine how complicated and abstruse the suppressing devil divine exercise was. The suppressing devil golden body. The suppressing devil golden body. Finger Fox looking at those countless little characters that were densely packed on the obelisk. Qin Xiang felt a burst of powerlessness coursing through his body. He sat down on the ground, spread his divine sense to give it a try. But to no avail, he couldn't directly get the suppressing devil divine exercise. Let's see if I could get it after dripping a drop of blood on it. However, once again he was disappointed. The obelisk didn't show any reaction. Little rascal, conscientiously remember the content on the obelisk. This is the divine exercise. However, the chanting formula is relatively small. After you know it by heart, you'll be well versed in it. You will not feel that it is too long. You'll feel just the same as when you're cultivating the divine exercise of the four symbols and the Tai Chi subduing dragon exercise. Su Meiyao explained to Qin Xiang. At first, Qin Xiang also had to spend quite a long time before he could remember the entire Tai Chi subduing exercise. Now he could only clench his teeth and recite the chanting formula on the obelisk bit by bit. Only after contemplating for a while, Qin Xiang came to realize that the chanting formula's beginning was at the top, while the bottom of the very same side was the ending of the first part of the chanting formula. While on the surface, right behind it constant I, toot the second part, while left and right side altogether made up for the third part of the chanting formula. Qin Xiang turned into a bird and flew from top to bottom while in the process of reading the first part. What made him feel surprised was the fact that after he had memorized a sentence of the chanting formula by heart, that part would disappear from the obelisk. After spending 1 whole month, Qin Xiang finally succeeded in memorizing one part of the chanting formula by heart. One side of the obelisk was now completely blank. What was totally out of his expectation was that he now felt as if he came to understand, but not really understand, the abstruse principle of the suppressing devil divine exercise. He was secretly euphoric. He reckoned that once he was done with the entire chanting formula, he would have finished learning the suppressing devil divine exercise. Legend has it that the suppressing devil divine exercise was rather difficult to learn. Chun Xiang could now understand why. Because, first of all, one had to remember a very long chanting formula. He thought that the difficulty of the suppressing devil divine exercise lies in this very fact. Think of it, this should be the suppressing devil obelisk. During the time of the ancient battle of demons and devils, this kind of obelisks appeared throughout the many worlds. However, rumor has it that they didn't play much of a role in that battle. Now that it has appeared here, it should be for Pa-S, sing the suppressing devil divine exercise. But who placed it down here? Long Shui doubtfully said. It seems, once someone remembers the contents on its surface, the corresponding characters will disappear from the obelisk. Speaking of which, it seems that no one else had learned the suppressing devil divine exercise in the past. Su Meiyao felt a little doubtful. She too had heard of the suppressing devil obelisk. After thinking about it, Long Shui said, "At the beginning, only after absorbing the little rascal's flames was the suppressing devil obelisk illuminated. I didn't even notice the text upon the obelisk when it was dark. Does the suppressing devil divine exercise needed fire spirit to cultivate it?" In reciting the chanting formula, Chun Xiang suddenly spoke. "Yeah, it needs the fire spirit to learn. Moreover, a fire spirit above the rank of purple fire spirit." "How did you know?" "It is not written anywhere." Bai Yu asked. She had been intently reading the text on the obelisk and secretly memorizing it as well. Su Meiyao was doing the same. "I'm not too clear about it. After I memorize these texts, my body feels hot, as if there is a flame that is in my brain, burning these very texts. That's how I came to know." Chen Xiang described that weird feeling, which surprised Su Meiyao and Bai Yu. Although they didn't have the fire spirit, they still planned to memorize it completely. Another 2 months went by. The obelisk was now considerably dim, but it was still retaining a feeble firelight. Chun Xiang sat across the obelisk. He had finally memorized the entire suppressing devil divine exercise. After he had completely memorized it, he had fallen into an extremely wonderful state. Flames were constantly being released from his body, which had burned his clothes entirely. Little Rascal's body is getting stronger and stronger at an Estonies. H.I. plussing speed. "Oh my G. Oh, D, what the H.E.L.L. is happening?" Long Shui exclaimed. Su Meiyao and Bai Yu also seemed to notice this. Immortal and Devil Body level 6. Level 7. Level 8. What is going on? He is still getting stronger. Su Meiyao was frightened out of her wits. 10th level. Bai Yu's ice-cold voice was carrying a trace of excitement. Apparently, she was happy for Chun Xiang in having such a fortuitous encounter. Before, Chun Xiang was at the 5th level of Immortal and Devil Body, but now all of a sudden he had soared to 10th level. Moreover, he was not showing any signs of halting, which rendered Long Shui along with Su Meiyao and Bai Yu speechless from shock. Chun Xiang was just a true martial realm martial artist. One must know that in the mortal world, only when one reached the pinnacle of the extreme state would he have such a level of a body. Su Meiyao took a long deep breath. 10th level, it is much slower now. If this brat will not rely on the azure dragon slaughtering devil blade, he would possess the strength equivalent to that of an 8th level true martial realm martial artist expert, and may contend with 9th level if he relied on azure dragon slaughtering devil blade. The 9th level of true martial realm martial artist expert for Su Meiyao was the one with multiple attributed veins and with many kinds of martial techniques. Chun Xiang woke up. After he opened his eyes, he started laughing. His laughter was no different from Huang Jintian's maniac laugh. "Quickly wear your clothes." Long Shui fumed in anger. "Little rascal, what the H.E.L.L. happened?" Su Meiyao quickly asked. Chun Xiang, while putting on his clothes, said with a smile, "I have learned the suppressing devil divine exercise." Who knew that the suppressing devil divine exercise was supposed to be like this? I have now cultivated to the suppressing devil golden body. The suppressing devil golden body is invulnerable to any kinds of poison, fearless of various unique attacks from demons or devils. Moreover, I can also release the suppressing devil yuan qi, which is extremely lethal to demons or devils. The demon and devil domain's martial artists were proficient in poison, especially those evil demons from the demon domain. Some of them had inborn poison, while there were those martial artists from devil domain who utilize poisonous things to aid them in cultivation. Invulnerable to any kinds of poison would truly act as a restraint against these demons or devils. Quite formidable. After you got the suppressing devil yuan qi, how much of your strength had advanced? Long Shui asked. Besides a powerful physical body, there's not much change in aspects to true qi. The suppressing devil yuan qi is only useful in facing demons and devils, and I'm already contented with that. Qin Xiang laughed and said. He arrived in front of the obelisk. What do you want to do? Bai Yu asked, but Qin Xiang had not responded to her. Much to everyone's dismay, Qin Xiang had blasted a powerful punch at the obelisk. However, he had not mobilized any true qi, he just used his physical strength. Nevertheless, he was still able to shake that giant obelisk. Moreover, many cracks had also appeared. After I have merged with the suppressing devil divine exercises chanting formula, I found some other things. It said that after I have learned the suppressing devil divine exercise, if I can break the obelisk, something good will appear. Qin Xiang said in excitement. After the giant obelisk was riddled with cracks, it suddenly broke off and turned into S-H-I plus Ning powder, which thereupon stuck upon the nearby walls. The belly of the mountain had turned extremely beautiful. Qin Xiang at this time noticed a square pit just below where the obelisk stood. He walked over to have a look, but he was freaked out because he saw a girl lying in the pit. The girl was very beautiful and was wearing a very thin dress, although her eyes were shut closed. From her ice-cold face, one could easily tell that she was a cold, beautiful girl. Moreover, on the place where there should be a left eyebrow, there was a purple tattoo of a scorpion, which added a bit of charm to her. Suddenly, the cold beauty opened her eyes. Her eyes were S-H-I plus Ning in blue light. After she noticed Qin Xiang, her ice-cold yet charming face turned even more colder. Her blue pupils were BRIMMING with killing intent. She furiously roared before leaping out of the pit. Qin Xiang retreated a few steps. He had not imagined that after the obelisk had broken off, such a situation would take place. He now knew from where such an intense devil qi originated in the mountain belly.